A single scream in the darkness of a leafy West London street. It was the only sound heard, but that single scream heralded a horrific crime.
It was an awful scene for the people to be confronted with. And when police arrived there, it was absolute carnage.
A crime so catastrophic and shocking that it would shatter the lives of the innocent victims drawn into it.
We were in limbo. We didn't know why this was happening to us. That was the start of our nightmare that we're still living in.
A nightmare which took the victim's family and the police into a dark and twisted world, ruled by an obsessive jealousy.
Because of the ferocious nature of the attack, we weren't going to take any chances. It's fair to say we went in hard.
But the killer was cunning, determined to plan every move and to hide at every turn. Determined to get away with murder. Southall, a bustling, multicultural suburb of West London. A heartland for Indian families like the Shins, who raised their 5 children there, their 3 sons and 2 daughters, Anita and Geeta.
It's quite clear that Geeta and her family are well-liked, well-loved, and well-respected in the Southall community.
Geeta was really popular. She had a lot of friends. She was academically really good. She loved art. With her, everything was just solved with a smile. We just have to look at her and just start laughing. I can't ever say, hand on heart, that I've had an argument with Geeta ever.
The closest the 2 sisters would ever come was over Geeta's passion for all things Bollywood.
Wherever the celebrities were, the Bollywood stars, it was guaranteed that we'll be there. Me and her. She used to drag me along, by the way.
2, 3, 4. See, that was really good. No.
Geeta left school in 1997 with A's and B's in her GCSEs, and although she continued her education, she was desperate to get out into the working world.
She did really well in her GCSE. Academically, she was really bright. She was doing a work experience course where she was studying and getting experience at the same time with a really big air freight company.
A year later, whilst she was on her way to work at the freight company, Geeta met a young man called Harpreet Aulak.
Hey, girl.
Who was also known as Sonny.
Sonny came over to the country and he immediately disappeared into the Southall community. And it was a bus stop in Southall where he first met Geeta. And the 2 of them got on.
Hey, what's your name? Come on. Just your name, that's all I'm asking for.
It was a couple of meetings and I think they got talking and they always used to bump into each other on the same route. That's how they met.
But Anita wasn't overly impressed when Geeta confided in her that she had started seeing Sonny.
He was well known as a troublemaker. Everyone knew of him.
Didn't even know who I was. I'm getting a tupper, man.
He had a big reputation in Southall, but that was really from his own mouth, perpetuated by him. Really, he was no master criminal. He was no big gangster, no big drug dealer. He was a low-level villain who survived by the exploitation of others.
You should have seen his face. Didn't know what hit him.
We all knew that he was in a gang, and we knew when he used to drink, you know, his mouth used to get away with him.
And meeting Sonny in the flesh didn't improve her opinion.
I met him at a party. That was my first memory of meeting him, and I took an instant dislike to him. He was clearly quite drunk, and he kept on popping to the gents. And every time he came out, his behaviour seemed more and more erratic, and with these bloodshot eyes. And I kind of got an idea of what he was up to and what he was about. Because I was asking him questions and I wasn't getting any direct answers. He was just avoiding just simple subjects, just like, where are you from, what do you do?
Sonny failed to make a good impression on Anita, but her little sister was head over heels in love.
Geeta was keen, but at a young age, you know, you're naive, you're vulnerable, think you're in love, I guess. Our worries were normal when it came to my sister. Like, why don't you work? Why don't you go and get a job? Rather than wanting to be a lad, wanting to go out. Geeta could have done a lot better.
But Geeta disagreed and quickly moved in with Sunny. It seemed like the bright, smiley girl was slipping away from the family.
We tried to approach her, but he wouldn't let us. We wanted to meet her, but we had to phone him. We had to ask for his permission to speak to Geeta.
When the family tried to see Geeta, Sunny was always present and would do all the talking. And his talk soon turned to marriage.
We did say to my sister, you know, and Sunny, that what is the hurry? I mean, she was still so young and getting married at a young age. There was just no need for it. But he had this sense of urgency about him.
Because we're in love, that's the rush.
My family, we were like, you know what, come back home and we'll do it the proper way. We'll get you married in a temple.
But Geeta didn't listen.
They went away and didn't tell us when they got married. She was so young. She had the rest of her life ahead of her. We couldn't understand why they wanted to get married in such a hurry.
The couple eloped to Belgium, an act that would ultimately shatter the lives of everyone. The year was 2000, and 20-year-old Geeta Shin and her 22-year-old boyfriend Harpreet Aulak, who was also known as Sunny, had eloped to Belgium. After they married, the couple moved to Holland and had a baby son. But Geeta was feeling guilty.
She wrote us a letter. It was addressed to my mum and dad, apologising for what she had done.
But the letter did not include any contact details. Although Geeta's family were desperate for her to come home, they had no way to tell her.
Then we got a phone call from Sunny saying, you know, she's depressed without you lot. And my mum was like, well, book her a flight ASAP, basically. So she came to England and stayed with us for about a month.
Now back in touch with her family, more visits followed. And in 2001, Geeta's parents made a suggestion.
My parents were like, come back and come back for good. You know, we're a family and we'll support you, which we did. They stayed with us for about a month. And then my mum and dad got them a flat. My dad tried to get Sunny into employment, asked around for jobs.
But it seemed Sunny was not interested in working.
I think from all the years that I knew Sunny, he was in employment twice. You know, he had this attitude that, oh, I'm rich in India, so why should I work here? He didn't support his family. He was more interested in hanging out with his friends, drinking, doing all sorts. When, to us, your number one priority should have been family. Simple as.
Geeta and Sunny had a second son in 2002. And supporting her family by going back to work was Geeta's priority.
She was raising her children, but she still went out to work, supporting her family, whilst Sunny would just laze around the house all day.
She worked in a solicitor's office. She worked in a travel agent's. And finally, she found the job of her dreams. She was a receptionist at Sunrise Radio. This was the job she always wanted.
In 2006, 24-year-old Geeta started working as a receptionist at Southall's Sunrise Radio, Britain's first independent 24-hour Asian station. With Bollywood stars frequently passing through its studios, it was the perfect job for Geeta.
We used to go there as youngsters whenever there used to be Bollywood celebs, and she'll go crazy. And she actually ended up working at that radio station, and she just loved it. It was really good seeing her almost back to how she was as a teenager. It gave her almost like a new lease of life.
No, that's fine. All right. Okay, bye.
But although Geeta loved her new job, her home life was increasingly unhappy. A deep rift was opening between Geeta and Sunny.
I'm the man, that's why.
He would phone her up to see where she was, what she was doing. He would tell her not to wear certain clothes. At certain times, he would tell her not to go out with her friends. It was a psychological abuse which breaks down people's confidence and breaks down their ability to go out into public to meet the friends and to have a proper life.
You get out of my sight. You make me sick.
She didn't want this life. She just wanted some normality. She didn't want a husband that came in early doors, drunk, being abusive.
I said, look at me. Listen to me.
On one occasion, Sonny's anger became so intense that Geeta called the police.
Hey, I said, come here now.
There were times he did lose his temper with my sister. She had rang the police
I am. I'm calling them.
Give me that phone.
when he had been physically abusive to her.
Please, please.
Why are you overreacting?
Determined to try to hold things together, she refused to file a formal complaint.
Yeah, I just want him to stop behaving like he is doing.
Even if we asked, are you okay? Is everything all right at home? She'd just smile it off, brush it off with a smile. I think to her, she had made her bed and she was just lying in it, basically.
But by 2009, after 9 years of marriage, Geeta had finally had enough.
So she finally plucked up the courage and was like, you know what, I'm not going to be taken in by you anymore. And that's when she told him that she wants a divorce.
With the news his marriage was over, Sonny left the UK in January 2009, and it seemed he was never coming back.
When he went to India, when they separated, she was really happy. He packed his bags and left. Her life's going to start. And it's going to start for the better and it's going to start again. The kids were going to school full time and she didn't have to rely on anyone. She had some stability, independence, and she was having fun. She was that bubbly girl that she was as a teenager. It was good to have Geeta back.
She signed the divorce petition on the 7th of September 2009, citing verbal abuse, accusations of infidelity and domestic violence. However, the same day, after a 9-month absence, Sonny unexpectedly returned from India.
All of a sudden, he came back. And that kind of shocked us because he had said to her, like, I'm going, I'm going to India for good.
Sonny was back, and it seemed he did not want the marriage to end. He was careful not to reveal where he was staying, so the divorce papers could not be served. And he had come up with his own theories as to why Geeta wanted a divorce.
Oi, come on, talking to you. She's never going to leave me and she's never going to take my kids. Do you understand?
He'd been down to the radio station and speaking to her colleagues and accusing them of having an affair with Geeta. He was convinced and he was paranoid that Geeta was having an affair behind his back.
Sonny befriended another member of staff of the radio station and asked him to find out whether Geeta was having an affair and who she was having an affair with. That person was unable to find out anything against her.
It was becoming clear Sonny had not come to terms with Geeta's plans to divorce him.
She was scared about being followed home. On one occasion, she actually told her friends that she'd been followed home from work.
He was obsessed with her. That's what he was.
To escape her problems, Geeta went to India on the 26th of September. While she was away, Sonny went to her flat, looking for evidence that she had a lover. He hacked her email and Facebook account, but it didn't stop there.
The telephone records show that he called Geeta over 400 times in a couple of months. She only called him twice. On one occasion, Sonny phoned Geeta. She was in a restaurant, and Sonny believed that she was having an affair, and Geeta had to hand the phone over to a female work colleague to prove that actually, yeah, I'm having lunch with a work colleague. I'm not with a guy. I'm not having an affair.
Just speak to him and just tell him you're with me. Hello?
Every time the phone rang, it's almost like she was too scared to answer it. She was too scared to miss that call. And I don't know what he was saying to her, how he was threatening her, but something was scaring her that he was saying.
Anita found out just how scared Geeta was when she joined her in India for a family wedding.
He kept on ringing her and harassing her. So I answered the phone and he goes, I know she's got a boyfriend and I'm going to kill him.
And then I'm going to kill her.
My only regret is maybe putting pressure on her to go to the police, but I don't know what was stopping her. She was obviously quite scared, very scared.
Things had become so strained between the couple that Geeta wrote an ominous message on her Facebook page. "I have never hated anyone in my life but you."
I know she had spoken to my mum, and she was like, "You don't know, Mum, he's gone more psycho."
Geeta was being stalked and harassed by her estranged husband, but was too scared to go to the police. However, as a busy working single mum, she had to persevere. On the 16th of November 2009, she left work as usual
See you tomorrow, everyone.
and travelled to nearby Greenford to collect her 2 boys from the childminders. But she would never reach her destination.
That was the start of our nightmare that we're still living in.
There were no eyewitnesses to the attack on Geeta, just a scream heard by a 16-year-old girl doing her homework who thought nothing of it at the time.
She was attacked from behind, brutally struck on the head. Her hand was cut off from her arm.
Her right hand here was severed literally from between the finger and the thumb all the way down towards her wrist area. That was the nature of her injuries, as well as some very severe head injuries that evening.
The first thing she would have known was horrendous pain. It was a brutal, nasty attack.
Are you okay?
Emergency ambulance, what's the problem? Tell me what's happened.
Still needs to come quickly.
Okay, I need to find out what's going on. She is awake then, is she? Is she breathing?
She's breathing, yeah.
And she's bleeding from the head and her hand, is that correct?
Yeah, both, yeah.
And when police first arrived there, the scene was absolute carnage. You had poor Geeta lying on the floor being tended to by the police, by the ambulance service, and a fair few passers-by looking on, trying to do their best to help Geeta and to wonder what on earth had happened there. And she was taken very swiftly by ambulance to Charing Cross Hospital.
While Geeta was rushed to hospital, police found her employment pass at the scene of the crime, and it was through this that they identified her and contacted her family.
It was about 11 o'clock at night and we got a knock on the door. They woke my mum and dad up and was like, you need to go to the hospital now, you need to go to the hospital now, because Geeta's been hurt really badly and she's not going to make it during the night. It was almost like an out-of-body experience. It was so surreal. I just stood still and the police took her. And we were still all in shock. Then we got the phone call. I didn't believe it. Did not believe it. I thought there's got to be a mistake. So my mum said she went to the hospital and my sister was lying there with her eyes open. And she called out her name and just went, Geeta, Geeta, but she passed away.
3.5 hours after the assault, Geeta died. The brutal attack was now a murder investigation, and within hours of her death, the police had a prime suspect.
It became quite clear that she had an acrimonious relationship with her estranged husband.
But the police had to find Sonny first.
We knew that he lived locally. We knew perhaps that he was staying on friends' floors, but we didn't actually have a firm address for him to begin with, and that's something we had to find pretty quickly.
Less than 12 hours after Geeta's murder, the trail led to a house inhabited by a group of men, mainly illegal immigrants, and it was thought that Sonny was staying there.
Because of the ferocious nature of the attack, we weren't going to take any chances. It's fair to say we went in hard.
We forced our way in and found a number of Asian men sleeping on the floor, or on sofas, or on beds.
We found 6 people, many of whom could have been Sonny. Decision was made to arrest all of them.
and at the station, Harpreet Sunny Orlak was soon identified.
He spoke about Geeta, and he told us that how, yes, they'd had their problems like so many other couples, but he and Geeta were both working together to try and make a go of it.
I do not understand why this has happened.
The police's prime suspect was claiming that he would never hurt his wife. And more importantly, he claimed he could prove it.
Sonny gave us an alibi that he'd been in a pub with some friends that evening, playing pool, having a drink.
Oh, what are you having, lads?
And he'd had a conversation with the barman. He also said there was CCTV in the pub. This would give him a cast-iron alibi.
Barman!
It seemed Sonny had not murdered his wife. On the 16th of November 2009, 28-year-old Geeta Orlak was attacked and killed on her way to collect her children from the childminders after she had finished work.
It became clear quite soon that this wasn't a random attack. Only a handful of people would have known which way she went. Therefore, we had to look at those people and see whether they were involved in Geeta's murder.
The police knew Geeta's estranged husband, Harpreet, who went by the name Sonny, knew her movements. He was arrested the day after the murder on suspicion of killing his wife. But Sonny claimed he had an alibi.
Sonny told us that he'd been in the old Elm Tree public house in Hounslow that evening.
He told us that he had spoken to the barman. He also knew that that pub had CCTV, and he also knew that one of his friends had paid for the drink on a credit card.
The CCTV confirmed that he had been there on the previous evening. The barman also remembered a particular conversation he had with Sonny.
Barman! Oh, what are you having, lads?
Nice place you got here. Thank you very much. Yeah, you got that. I am the
Sonny's alibi was confirmed and he was released. But on the same day he'd been arrested, a witness had come forward.
The guy walked into Southall Police Station, gave his name as Jaswant Singh Dhillon. He told us that he was there on the evening.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jaswant Singh Dhillon. I need to talk to someone.
What is this concerning, sir?
I just went with them. I didn't know what they were going to do.
Jaswant Dhillon told the police he'd agreed to travel by car the night before with two acquaintances to collect a bad debt. Instead, he'd unwittingly become involved in the murder.
He had been picked up in a car by two other men, had been driven to the location where the attack happened.
He got outside the car with another man that shed a cigarette. This other man had gone off. Jaswant Singh Dhillon said he then got back in the car. A couple of minutes later, the chap came back, running back to the car, got back in, and he had a machete-style object with him. This chap said, "I killed the sister bitch."
But according to Jaswant Dhillon, events did not end there.
Dhillon told us that as soon as the other man had come back into the car had driven off, they'd come to a housing estate in Slough, where a canal was running through it. And the three of them then got out of the car, walked towards the canal, and they'd thrown a machete and also a jacket into the canal.
The information was, in theory, going to lead detectives directly to the location of the murder weapon and the blood-soaked top worn by the man who had attacked Geeta.
They then took the M4 towards London. The car then pulled onto the hard shoulder. The rear seat passenger threw his trainers into the undergrowth there. They then rejoined the M4 and drove in towards Southall, where Jaswant was dropped off.
Less than 24 hours after the attack, police appeared to have a full account of what had happened on the night of Geeta's murder, as long as Jaswant Dhillon was telling the truth. The police immediately went to the locations Jaswant described to see if they could uncover the machete, trainers and jacket. And Jaswant continued to talk, giving the police a name. It was the name of the man who had driven him and the killer to the murder scene that night.
The nickname that he gave us was that of the driver. It was a nickname of Savak Salah, which we later find out actually means the brother-in-law of Gusavak. And that became very important.
But Jaswant also gave the police another name. It was the name of the man who returned to the car with the machete. The name of the man who he believed had murdered Geeta.
The person he identified as having killed Geeta, a chap called Sher Singh.
The police had initially suspected Sonny, but his alibi had proven he didn't kill his wife. Now the police had been given the name and address of a young man accused of Geeta's murder.
At 5:30 a.m. on the 19th of November, we went to the address we believe Sher Singh was.
When we went inside the house, there were 5 people inside, any one of which could have been this Sher Singh character. So I made a decision to arrest all 5 of them.
The men were taken to Southall police station to be identified and questioned. Jaswant Dhillon was proving to be a reliable witness, and his help continued to provide breakthroughs.
On the same day, the search teams who'd been searching the canal found a tracksuit top. That top was checked for blood, and it was confirmed there was blood on it. It was therefore fairly obvious to us that this would have been a jacket identified by Jaswant Singh as being worn by the killer.
This potentially valuable piece of evidence was taken to be tested for any DNA traces to see if it connected Sher Singh to Geeta. And the police's good fortune on the 19th of November continued, back at Sher Singh's home.
We then left that address in order to go to the police station to confirm whether we'd arrested Sher Singh already.
We also left a police officer there, and it was whilst this police officer was there that the real Sher Singh walked in through the front door with his own key, identified himself, and he was arrested straight away.
Now in custody, the police began to try and unravel the mystery surrounding the murder suspect.
Sher Singh was 18 years of age, and he said that he hadn't been in the country very long, having come from India.
When Sher Singh was interviewed, he didn't answer any of our questions. He gave no comment reply throughout, whether that was through his own decisions or whether it was through legal advice, but he didn't answer any of our questions.
But their witness, Jaswant Dhillon, could confirm they had the right man.
He was put in identity parade, and he was identified by Jaswant Singh Dhillon as the person that came back into the car with this machete saying, "I killed the sister bitch."
Jaswant was proving vital to the investigation. Everything he had described turned out to be true. And when the DNA analysis of the jacket was complete, it confirmed Sher Singh was the man who had brutally murdered Geeta.
We had what's called wearer DNA for Sher Singh on it. That means DNA that's either from around the collar or the cuffs. That related to Sher Singh. Crucially, we also had DNA and hairs in there that related to Geeta.
The forensic tests proved that the teenager was involved in Geeta's death. And on the 21st of November, thanks to Jaswant Dhillon's help, another discovery was made. The trainers he had described were found in the location where he had remembered them being dumped. DNA analysis once again showed they were Sher Singh's. 5 days after her death, Sher Singh was charged with Geeta's murder and remanded in custody.
I want to ask him, how would he feel if it was his sister? What did you get out of hitting an innocent girl over the head 4 times with a machete? What did you get out of it? How did you feel when you were doing it?
Geeta's killer was now in custody, and the following day the police uncovered the weapon he used to kill her.
On the 22nd of November, we found a machete in the canal. That machete had been sharpened and hadn't been in the canal very long. It was taken for a forensic examination, but due to the time it had been in the canal, all the blood and DNA and fingerprints had been washed off it.
Jaswant Singh Dhillon had been instrumental in catching Geeta's killer.
Jaswant's description of what happened, where the machete was, where the jacket was, where the shoes were, and his description of what happened at the scene were now matching what we knew to be true. He was a very important witness for us.
The police had their killer, but something about the crime just didn't add up.
This didn't appear to be a random murder. It didn't appear to be a robbery that had gone wrong. There didn't seem to be any reason at that time for Sher Singh to have killed Geeta.
Why had the teenage boy viciously attacked a total stranger? The police began to investigate Sher Singh's background to try and uncover a hidden motive.
He'd come over to the UK in July 2009 on a Tier 4 student visa. This is one of these visas where you come to the country to study, to enrol in a college course. We quickly identified through the college that he turned up day one and then he disappeared. He never studied again.
The teenager was part of an immigration scam, but nothing connected him to Geeta. Yet the attack was not random.
When we looked into Geeta's movements immediately before her killing, we knew that she'd left Sunrise Radio about 6:20. We knew that she'd got onto 105 bus, and we had CCTV of that. and that she got off at a bus stop. Bearing in mind it's about 7 o'clock in a November evening, it's dark. She, understandably for a single woman, has got off at a bus stop that's quite well lit on a main road, and then she's walked, not the shortest, but perhaps the most well-lit route to the childminders. And so we thought that somebody had either been watching her or somebody very familiar with her movements.
The police began to consider that if the killer didn't have a motive for murder, perhaps somebody else did.
It was believed this person had been given information and requested to attack Geeta Orlak in the street on that day at that place.
Detectives suspected that Sher Singh had been instructed by someone else to kill Geeta, and that theory led the police back to their initial suspect.
We've got no link between Sher Singh and Geeta. The common denominator here is Sunny.
He had been in the pub and who he had been in the pub with. We therefore needed to find out to see if there were links between them which may have resulted in Sunny asking Sher Singh to kill his wife.
If Sunny was involved, he had carefully covered his tracks, but the police discovered tentative links between the two men.
When we looked at Sher Singh, we found out where he first stayed when he came into the UK. We realised that the actual address where he was living was an address that was rented to Sunny's brother. There we had our first real link between the two. The second link came is when we had a look at exactly where these two individuals were from in India. And if you look at the whole of India, these two guys, Sher Singh and Sunny, lived perhaps 1.5 miles apart in a small farming community deep in the Punjab.
These discoveries implied a connection, but another breakthrough almost confirmed it. Sunny was involved in the Tier 4 scam, which was how Sher Singh had entered the UK.
When these young lads came over from India, he would get them work, he would get them accommodation, he would look after them. These guys were indebted to him, owed him a sense of gratitude and favour.
The police had always suspected Sunny's involvement in his wife's death, and these coincidences implied a friendship between Geeta's killer and her estranged husband, which led the police to consider Sher Singh's motive for murder. Could he have killed Geeta in the name of honour?
Honour killing is a term that is applied to somebody who is killed because they brought shame upon their family or their community. I was of the opinion very early on that this was an honour killing. She was looking to further her life away from her husband. And we believe that she was probably killed because, if you like, she was bringing shame upon him.
Could Sunny have ordered his wife's execution? Most honour killings are carried out by a member of the dishonoured family, and the two men were not related. But the police then uncovered a piece of evidence that revealed the men's families in India were very close.
We obtained the wedding video of Sunny's brother that had occurred earlier that year in the Punjab. Shown on the wedding video is Sunny and Sunny's family, but also amongst the gathering was Sher.
In the wedding video, you see him dancing with Sunny's brother, you see him dance with Sunny's mother. He's closely involved with Sunny and Sunny's family.
But a misplaced sense of loyalty may not have been the sole motivation for murder. A witness who lived at the same address as Sher Singh revealed a disturbing incident that happened just a month before the murder.
Sunny had been at the house, where he'd made quite a candid offer to all the housemates that are there that he would give £5,000 to anybody that would kill somebody for him.
Simple enough job. All you have to do is kill someone for me. You should see your faces, man. I'm joking.
Joking aside, unemployed Sunny had enough cash to back up his offer.
We'd identified a fraud that he'd committed in relation to the purchase of a car. We knew he had the £5,000 available at the time of the offer, so he was able to fund an attack on his wife at that price.
Sher Singh was present when the offer was made, and a month later Geeta was tragically dead. But all this evidence was circumstantial. The police turned their attention back to the murder weapon to see if it offered any more definitive answers.
What we really need to do was trace this machete and find out who had bought it and where they'd bought it and what was their involvement in Geeta's murder.
Through the serial number, the police traced the murder weapon back to a shop in West London. and they had captured a man purchasing the murder weapon on their CCTV cameras.
On this disc is a CCTV from the shop in Hounslow where the machete was purchased. It was of great importance to our investigation.
The police couldn't believe their eyes when they viewed the CCTV footage. It was the key to understanding why Geeta had been killed and if her husband had been responsible. On the 16th of November 2009, 28-year-old Geeta Orlak was violently murdered on her way to collect her sons from their babysitters after work. DNA evidence confirmed the killer was a teenager who had recently come to the UK from the Punjab in India. He had killed the mother of two with a machete. The police had recovered the murder weapon from a canal and traced it back to the shop where it had been purchased. That, in turn, led to the police examining CCTV footage, and they found themselves staring at the man who bought the murder weapon, a face that was all too familiar.
We saw Sonny buying the machete. We got you.
The CCTV revealed a telling picture from within the shop.
So the importance was premeditation. He's buying the killing weapon 5 days, 1.5 hours before it was used. You can see his hand running along the blade, feeling the tip of the blade. He's not looking at it as if it was something that he was going to put on the wall of his house. He's looking at it as a weapon. We do know he asked about how to sharpen it. And what we saw later on in the knife that we found in the canal was it had been sharpened. You describe it as a eureka moment. You suddenly go, that's it. We've got enough to convict him now. We don't have to rely on circumstantial evidence. We've got hard facts now.
Although there were still questions to be answered, the CCTV footage was vital in establishing what the police had always suspected, that Sonny was behind the plot to kill his estranged wife. He was rearrested on the 11th of December 2009. Sonny still claimed he was innocent.
I don't know why Sher Singh would have murdered Geeta.
But the police knew exactly how involved Sonny was in his wife Geeta's murder.
Sonny was the mastermind of this offence. He arranged the people to do the jobs he wanted them to. He offered them money to do so. He told them where Geeta was going to be and when she was going to be there. He clearly knew in advance what was going to happen to her.
Sonny, whose full name is Harpreet Orlak, was charged with the murder of his wife on the 12th of December 2009, less than a month after her death.
When we actually went to charge him with his wife's murder, very strange reaction. He was grinning, he was smirking, he was laughing, he was joking. Very strange to see.
But while the police had charged Sonny for masterminding his wife's murder, along with her killer, Sher Singh, there was still the elusive driver who the police had been unable to track down, despite the help of Jaswant Dhillon. Jaswant had claimed to have unwittingly found himself with the other two men on the night of the murder.
We knew 3 things about the driver. Jaswant Dhillon had told us his nickname, Savak Salah, the brother-in-law of Savak. We knew he was driving a small black car, and we knew his phone number. We went through the phone records for his phone and identified a family in Slough. We then looked at that family and identified a younger son.
We formulated a plan, and one morning, very early in the morning, we arrested him just as he was getting into his car. His name was Harpreet Singh.
Harpreet Singh! You're under arrest.
Harpreet Singh was 19 years old, and he was the brother-in-law of Savak, so he was also known by the name Savak Salah, which was the name given to the police by their key witness, Jaswant Dhillon. Detectives had found the final person involved in Geeta's murder, the mysterious driver.
On the following day, Harpreet Singh was charged with the murder of Geeta Orlak.
The police had the final piece of the puzzle, or so they thought.
Looking at the roles of who was involved in Geeta's murder, we had Sher Singh, who we're saying, yes, you're the attacker. We now had the driver, Savak Salah, or Harpreet Singh. We feel like he was the driver behind this. But we had no information that either of those two individuals knew Geeta. So we had to have somebody there who could identify her to the killer on the street. And that's when everything kind of fell into place. And we thought, yeah, this is Jaswant Singh Dhillon.
The police started to believe that their key witness, Jaswant Dhillon, was not the innocent bystander he had portrayed himself to be. His phone records had revealed to them he was good friends with Sonny, Geeta's husband. He had lied, and they suspected he was integral to the vicious murder.
We now believed his role was central. He'd been sent with these much younger, much more naive young men in order to ensure that they did what Sonny had asked for. The fact he was out of the car, close to the murder scene at the particular time, under his own admissions, as much as anybody else, was indicative that maybe he even pointed out the victim to Sher Singh. So his role was important. He had been told by Sonny what to do, and he made certain it happened.
Jaswant Singh Dhillon was the fourth conspirator charged with the murder of Geeta Aulak. And to seal the quartet's fate further, detailed analysis of their phone records revealed just how premeditated and planned the murder was.
Crucially, when we looked at Sonny's phone, it was quite clear that he'd been in contact with Sher Singh, he'd been in contact with Harpreet Singh, and he'd been in contact with Jaswant Singh Dhillon in the days and weeks leading up to Geeta's murder.
The important thing was, towards the night of the murder, it was building up. You saw more contact between them. Then after the murder, you saw there was a sharp reduction in contact.
The telephone records not only showed that the four men had meticulously planned the murder, but the police were also able to use the four mobile phones to pinpoint their locations at specific times.
It was quite clear to us that Jaswant Singh Dhillon, Sher Singh, Harpreet Singh, and quite probably Sher Singh were all together at a meeting in Slough on the 21st of October. This is now 3 weeks before Geeta's being killed.
No one knows what was discussed at that meeting, but less than a month later, Geeta was dead. The phone activity also pinpointed another meeting just 4 days before the murder. On the 12th of November, while Sonny removed himself from the area, the three other men travelled to what would become the murder scene.
The main protagonists that we're saying involved in Geeta's murder are there in and around the Greenford area, perhaps we're saying to do a dry run for events that would then happen on the 16th.
The 12th of November was either a rehearsal or an aborted murder attempt. No one will ever know. 4 days later, on the night of the murder, the phone records revealed even more damning evidence.
There was communication between Sonny and the driver. There was communication between the driver and Jaswant Dhillon, and also the communication between the driver and Sher Singh. So it looked to us like they were gathering to go off and commit the offence. We then looked at the movements of the phones, and what we've got is we can trace the movements from each of their home addresses to the scene. They're at the scene for a period of about an hour, sitting on that same area for that period of time. At 7:04 p.m, there's 999 calls made to police by a member of the public. If we look at the phone calls shortly before then we see communication between Sonny and the driver of the vehicle.
Yes, he was definitely at the pub at the time Geeta was killed. It was also quite clear that he was receiving telephone calls.
Those phone calls between Sonny and the driver of the car were clearly telling Sonny that whatever plan they had in place to kill her or severely injure her had taken place.
Hello? Is it done?
The mobile phone information cemented the relationship between the four seemingly unconnected men and revealed the intricate planning that went into killing Sonny's wife. And in October 2010, almost a year after Geeta's brutal murder, the four men stood trial at the Old Bailey. They all pleaded not guilty.
Okay, one of my memories of the trial was seeing Sonny. He was blowing kisses into the public gallery, which is where Geeta's immediate family were. He was taunting them.
They had no remorse in court. They were shaking each other's hand, smiling at each other. Vultures.
This is a man who's killed the woman that he apparently loved. And he's deprived the Shin family of their daughter and of their sister. Horrible man.
It's almost like he's smiling at us, you know, that I've won because I've taken her.
At the trial, the police presented a compelling account of what happened. The jury unanimously found Sunny, whose full name is Harpreet Aulak, guilty of the murder of his wife. He was jailed for life to serve a minimum of 28 years. The other three, Sher Singh, the killer, Jaswant Dhillon, the lookout, and Harpreet Singh, the driver, were all sentenced to life imprisonment for a minimum of 22 years.
It was just the fact that she was leaving him, and he just could not take it. Hence, he got her murdered. Simple as. There was no honour to it.
After the devastating loss of Geeta, the pain is still felt by the many people who loved her.
She's tremendously missed. They've taken someone's mother, they've taken someone's daughter, they've taken someone's sister, friend away. And we'll have to live with the pain for the rest of our lives.
A man drives a car to a place he loves. He's received a call everyone dreads. His life will not be the same again.
It's a total numbness, it's shock. It's, I just got to get there, and I've got to get there as quickly as possible.
He finds the aftermath of murder, love, and betrayal. Exposing the truth behind it will require meticulous investigation and cunning.
What is revealed can be very hurtful and painful for everybody involved.
There's a twist to this story. A killer tricked. Covert technology the police can't even discuss on camera.
Technology played a major part in solving this case. Often, it's what the killer least expects that catches them out.
But there's one other element in this story, the very opposite of what the killer expected. You might call it divine intervention. Carshalton Beaches in Surrey, 13 miles due south of central London. Affluent, quietly impressive, calm.
Carshalton Beaches is a very nice area on the edge of London, right on greenbelt land, very much stockbroker belt, expensive houses with an extremely low crime rate. Police are seldom called there to deal with anything of note.
It was a lovely place, and I think we were very fortunate to grow up there. It's sort of a tree-lined, I suppose it is sort of almost sort of upper suburbia.
The Cosgrove family lived in the heart of the area.
It was a very happy, large family home. I mean, there was 4 children, grew up in that house. It was a nice neighbourhood.
John was one of 4 children. He has a brother, Matthew, one sister called Carolyn, and another sister, who for the purposes of this film, we'll call Sally.
I think probably there was a quite a close bond between the 4 of us.
Their parents, Maureen and Terence, were well on their way to becoming pillars of the community.
They lived in that area for 30 years, and she knew most people up and down the road and in the local area.
Both were heavily involved with charities and worked at schools in Carshalton. Terence was treasurer at a girls' prep school, where Maureen helped out voluntarily with the finances, and she was an assistant teacher at a separate Catholic girls' school.
As a mother, she was very supportive. She'd always be there If you had a problem, you knew you could go to Mum. You know, and she'd be there to pick up the pieces and to help and give the love and support where it was needed. Dad was a very sort of quiet person who kept himself to himself, his thoughts to himself.
In the 90s, with their children grown up, Maureen and Terence were getting used to life on their own.
There you go.
In 2003, their daughter Sally got married, but the relationship didn't work out and she moved back in with her parents. Our story will actually, in some degree, become Sally's story, an account of dark events which befell her and the family. But first, in 2007, and out of the blue, separate tragedy struck. Terence suddenly disappeared.
Mum rang me on the Saturday evening to ask if I'd heard from Dad because he'd gone out and hadn't come back, and she was slightly concerned about, you know, where he'd gone, what had happened to him. Wanted to see whether he'd come to see my family or whether we'd heard anything from him, which we hadn't.
Next morning, with no sign of Terence, John set off in his car to try to find him, while Maureen, distraught, waited at home.
I told her that he'd probably, you know, just gone off for a drive to clear his head, not to worry, and I'm sure he'd be back fairly soon.
But Terence would not be coming home.
You know, I think we just missed the warning signs that he was feeling very low. We just put him down to him being a bit miserable for a couple of months.
Later that day, Terence was found hanging from a tree in a park at Arundel in West Sussex.
Sadly, whether we missed the warning signs or not, he took his own life. He hung himself. And we'll never really know exactly why. To the family, I mean, obviously, it was an incredibly difficult time. What it did really do is it made us it brought us together, or certainly the rest of the siblings, in kind of just looking after Mum.
The family had no way of knowing, but still darker tragedy lay ahead. It was 2007, and in the South London suburb of Carshalton Beeches, Maureen Cosgrove, aged 63, was coming to terms with the suicide of her husband, Terence, who'd been found hanging. Maureen wasn't alone. Her daughter, Sally, also lived in the family home. Not long after the death of her father, Sally struck up a friendship.
Hey, how you doing? You in here?
Whilst having a cigarette, she met a man who was originally from Scotland, but had been living for 11 years in Ireland.
Bus doesn't stop here, you know that?
Do I know you?
No, my name's George. And you are?
I don't know if I should be telling you that.
Why?
George Maben, known as Geordie to his mates, was in his early 40s, jobless, on the dole and disability benefit.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, that fag looks nice. Could really do with one there.
Really?
He had children but didn't live with them. He was living with his 82-year-old mother at her house in North Sutton.
That'd be ever so kind of you.
They became an item very quickly. And, you know, 1 minute she was single, the next minute she's got this new boyfriend called Geordie and everything's great.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So you grew up around here?
Yeah, collecting sticks.
George Maben immediately stood out from the other members of the family. He came across as quite softly spoken, quite charming and quite eager to help.
I can take you away from them all. You know, we've had little trips.
He was not in work, and not only that, a cause of some friction between him and John in particular, that he didn't seem to want to get any work.
I think part of the reason that the relationship developed so quickly was, well, I guess from his point of view, she was a attractive girl who was a lot younger than he was. I think possibly the attraction was that he was paying her attention. It was only a few months after her father had died. You know, he was there to make a fuss over her and spoil her. You know, he obviously cared passionately about her, and I think we all saw it as possibly, you know, a good thing in her life.
It's not.
Oh, look.
He was automatically included within the family unit and given the same sort of care as her 2 sons and 2 daughters.
But within months, George was getting itchy feet. He longed to take Sally to live in Ireland.
He seemed to love this sort of Celtic image.
Late in 2007, they went. But the reality was to prove tougher than they'd hoped. Sally found work as a bookkeeper, but it soon became apparent it wasn't working out.
She didn't keep that job for long.
Do you realise the accounts have to be in tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock?
Yes, I do. I realise that. Yeah.
I understand that the employer got a little frustrated with the fact that Geordie would keep turning up.
In the summer of 2008, Sally and George returned to England and moved in with Maureen.
Geordie didn't want to come back. He wanted to stay out there. She wanted to come back. I guess she was probably missing her mum. Fairly quickly, though, it became clear that it wasn't ideal. He wasn't a lot of help around the house. You know, he didn't work, didn't contribute financially to the household. So, you know, suddenly mum was supporting him financially. He made no effort to go out and find a job.
Simple things like walking through the living room with the shoes on and not taking his shoes off. Although that was a fairly minor point, it became much more of an issue to Maureen.
Please. I have asked you so many times.
Right, sorry.
These things grew and grew.
There was a summer house in the garden, and Sally and George used this as a retreat, a place where they could spend time by themselves.
George had never had very much. He'd never even had a regular job. He'd struck a little gold mine, really, living in a lovely house with plenty of space, with a family who were comfortably off.
In the late summer of 2008, Sally became pregnant with George's child. But Maureen's patience with George was running out.
Mum, I think, felt that, you know, now that he had the responsibility, or was the responsibility of a partner and a child that was going to be born, he should probably find a job. And I think the fact he didn't led to some friction. Towards the end of the year, she actually limited the time he was allowed to stay. He was only allowed to stay, I think, a couple of nights a week. And at that point, he actually had to go back and live with his mum.
George, why are you being like this?
Sally decided not to move with him to his mother's house, but to stay with Maureen.
Can I help?
No, just leave me alone to pack.
Geordie was obviously not happy that he was no longer allowed to live in the house. He wanted to be living with this woman that he loved and was very, very possessive over anyway, and was now pregnant with his child. He was allowed to stay at the house occasionally.
Yeah.
Maureen suggested a holiday, taking Sally and her sister. She didn't invite George, who'd created a scene on an earlier trip to Spain with the family.
Well, you know what happened last time.
There'd been an altercation over an attentive waiter.
George got quite jealous and quite angry.
Excuse me, guys. I have some more tapas for you guys. Is everything all right with your food so far? Yeah? Wow. So, que guapa. Absolutely gorgeous.
Hey! Get your hands down.
Come down with a nice compliment.
Just get in the kitchen.
Sorry about that, yeah?
Yeah?
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me.
I think he took that badly. Not that he wasn't going on holiday, I think, but the fact that she would be out of his line of sight.
In the end, that holiday never happened. Events intervened, and nothing would be the same again. At the family home, March the 24th, 2009, began as a perfectly ordinary day. Sally got up, did her morning chores, and watched TV. George spoke to her several times on the phone.
Yeah, I'm good.
They arranged to go shopping, then meet for lunch just off Sutton High Street. Maureen had gone out to visit the dentist, then donate some clothes to a charity shop before heading home. But as the day wore on and Sally prepared to meet George, she tried repeatedly to call her mother but received no reply. Later that day, at the offices in North Kensington in London where he worked, John Cosgrove received a phone call from his brother.
And he said, "You've got to get home." And I kind of said, "Well, why? What's the matter?" And he said, "Oh, it's Mum. I think she's dead." The call from my brother just totally numbed me. It was almost like, it was disbelief. And I think because there was so much uncertainty around, at that point, what had happened, it was just, it was, Mum's passed away. Why? How? What on earth is going on? All sorts of things were racing through my mind. My initial thought was that, she'd had some kind of, heart attack or had a fall.
He arrived to find part of the street sealed off.
And I thought, this hasn't happened as a result of some sort of illness or a fall or something. There wouldn't be this level of police attendance. You see that tape, you immediately think crime scene, don't you?
John? I'm really sorry about your mom. I'm so sorry.
It emerged George had met Sally for a drink. They'd done some shopping, then headed to Maureen's house. The accounts of George and Sally as to what happened next vary in detail. This is George's version.
See a brew?
Coffee for me, I think, yeah.
Get in here. Maureen? Maureen? Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Elsie, do it. Go on. Maureen, come on, Maureen.
It's my mother. I think she's dead.
Paramedics arrived and confirmed Maureen was dead. They called the police.
I'm sure the police. Okay.
Subconsciously, I knew that it probably wasn't death by natural causes or fall. So I was kind of starting to think some sort of confrontational situation at that point.
She's just lying here on the kitchen floor. It's my mum. Okay.
As soon as the police arrived, it became quickly apparent that Maureen had in fact been murdered. There was clear signs of strangulation.
So if they'd said, she'd been pushed over and, cracked her head on the floor or something, you might think, well, that could have happened if there was a bit of a confrontation. But, you suddenly think that your average intruder is just going to want to push her out of the way and get out of the property rather than stay there and strangle her to death, which just really made it even more kind of mysterious and difficult to comprehend at that point.
The cause of death was confirmed as strangulation in a post-mortem the following day at St Helier Hospital.
It was obvious that there had been a sustained compression of the neck using a ligature and that extremely strong pressure had been used. That was the only significant injury to Maureen.
It was an incredibly difficult time, despite the support that the family liaison team gave us. And I think they saw us every day. Very, very unsettling, very emotional. You go from moments of tearful emotion when you which I guess is the grief, to anger, frustration.
An initial line of inquiry was that the killing was a domestic incident.
There was no disturbance within the premises. There was no forced entry to the house. Everything appeared in place. I had a strong suspicion this may well be linked into the family, linked into someone who either lived at the house or frequented the house. You've obviously got to be open-minded as to who may have been responsible, but you've got to be realistic as well. Someone has killed Maureen Cosgrove in a house. The chances of somebody who knows Maureen Cosgrove and who knows the house, the chances of it being some random psychotic killer who's gone to the premises is extremely low. So we had to be extremely careful about the information which was being released, even to the closest family.
It was absolutely awful because we knew at that point that someone had taken Mum's life. We didn't know how. You don't know whether the attack is of a sexual nature. You've got no idea. And it's just, I think it's just, it's the horror of knowing that someone's taken her life. But at the same time, you know, a great degree of kind of inquisitiveness because you do actually want to know what has happened.
I was asked to go and see them and to explain in fairly brief terms what we would like to happen.
Maureen's sons and daughters were subdued. The response of George was different.
Certainly George, he wanted to know what we were going to do, how we were going to do it, how we were going to find the person who killed his mother-in-law, in effect.
If there's anything you need from us, you know, we can help.
Okay, thanks very much.
Police did reveal to the family certain details about the attack itself.
It was absolutely awful. I mean, I think, you know, in comparison that Dad had died by hanging, and then to know that Mum had basically died, you know, in a similar way, but not of our own wish. No, it's just horrible. But at the same time, they were able to confirm that, you know, the attack wasn't of a sexual nature, and that actually was a relief. The only thing I could think of was that Mum had disturbed an intruder.
George, too, speculated there'd been a burglary. He told police several doors in addition to the patio door had been left open, which was out of character for Maureen, who was security conscious.
One line of inquiry we did have was that this may have been a burglary.
George asked Sally whether Maureen's handbag was missing.
We found Maureen's coat next to her, and one would expect to have found the handbag next to the coat. It was clearly missing. We worked with both Surrey Police and the local police divisions to identify patterns of burglary offending in the local geographical area. There was nothing at all that matched the circumstances that I was dealing with. Thorough forensic search of the actual house took place, and at the same time we were looking for the missing handbag. We then started to conduct more thorough searches of gardens, and in an adjoining garden we found Maureen's handbag, which had been abandoned.
The bag appeared to have been thrown across the fence near the summer house.
The contents were examined, and we were surprised to find there was absolutely nothing missing from the handbag. Credit cards, driving licence, substantial amount of cash were all within the handbag and purse. That made burglary seem less likely as an option.
The family liaison officers were asking whether we could think of anybody who might have a grudge against the family, whether there might be sort of, I suppose, any hidden dark secrets in the family that, you know, someone might want to attack Mum.
But then the family got a shock. Police suspicions were falling close to home.
I ask you both to accompany me to the station, please.
Police investigating the murder of Maureen Cosgrove, aged 65, in the affluent South London suburb of Carsholt and Beeches, had two key potential suspects. One was George Mabon, partner of Maureen's daughter, Sally. The other, to the family's alarm, was Sally herself. She and George had found the body.
One of the family liaison team rang and said, we are taking them both back into the police station for questioning. Explaining obviously they were what they call like key witnesses because they found the body. But immediately I was kind of, why? What have they done?
As police questioned George, they noted what appeared to be a small friction burn on his forefinger.
As a result of the post-mortem and the confirmation a ligature had been used, I had to consider, could that friction burn have been caused during the application for ligature?
It's nothing, just a wee cut. I was moving a washing machine at my mother's to sort of wedge it out and just cut my finger, that's all.
While she was still at the police station, his injury being photographed, I dispatched officers up to his mother's house and they examined the washing machine. They found food debris, hair, dust all around the washing machine, and there was cobwebs almost welding the washing machine to the wall. It was quite clear the washing machine had never been moved. No wheels had been turned.
George had lied. Police probed more deeply into the relations between him and the family.
The family liaison officers who are deployed to deal with the family, they're there not only to provide support, but they're also to gather information and any potential evidence. And we started making discreet inquiries as to Maureen, her relationships with family members and associates. It was quite a consistent theme running through the accounts that there was an unhappy relationship between George and Maureen.
Police soon established friction had centred on George's relationship with Sally. They decided to build a detailed picture of the exact movements of the two of them on the day of the killing.
It quickly became apparent to us that everything she told us could be verified. She was where she said she was doing what she said she was doing. On the other hand, the movements of George could not be verified.
He was brought into Sutton Police Station.
When George was interviewed, he was very polite. He was quite an outgoing, gregarious person.
Women, when they're waiting for you, you have to ring them, say, I'm on my way. She's a bit like that, so.
Very cooperative with officers. And he was seeking to give very detailed answers to all the questions that were put to him.
The problem was, no one could remember seeing him at the times and places he'd specified before his meeting with Sally.
By day 2 or 3 of the inquiry, I was becoming more and more unhappy with George Mabon. His account of movements was becoming less robust. The relationship wasn't good. He was coming to the fore as a suspect for me. The account given by George was that he'd been at home in the St Helier area with his mother. He'd been up by the local co-op shop. He had then caught a bus into the Sutton area, into the town centre.
He said he'd waited there for Sally and had eventually met up with her.
If George was lying about his movements, it was important we found out where he really was at the time in question during that morning. We needed some independent, verifiable proof of his story. George's mother was spoken to by officers from the inquiry. She's an elderly lady, and she could give no clear, reliable account of his movements. It was highly possibly taking a bus. Most of the buses have CCTV. An obvious line of inquiry was, sees all the bus CCTV in Sutton.
Police started with footage from buses on routes between George's mother's house and the murder scene. The material was analysed in this room at Sutton Police Station.
And lo and behold, George was on a bus.
This is George getting onto the S4 bus. This route for the bus takes him up to the area where the actual offence took place.
He was on the bus travelling towards Shalton Beaches, somewhere where he said he hadn't been that day.
You can see clearly he has no gloves on and blue jeans with white training shoes, and he's got a distinctive hat, brown coat.
It was a nice warm day, and curiously, he was very much overdressed for the weather. He was wearing a hat, a heavy coat, and during the course of the bus journey, he started to put on a very heavy pair of gloves.
His hands become visible, and there's quite clearly some dark or black gloves that he's now put on while he's been sitting on the back of the bus.
Now, there's obviously a reason for that. It hadn't suddenly get cold on the bus. He didn't need to warm his hands up. Very interesting why he was wearing gloves. In my mind, I had the friction burn on George's finger and the question of the heavy gloves. We made inquiries and established from the pathologist that it was quite feasible that a friction burn could be caused using a ligature whilst wearing heavy gloves.
Police also checked mobile phone records, cross-referencing data from phone masts to pinpoint the position of George's phone.
Hey, George.
Hi. How you doing?
They tracked his phone from his home area all the way to Cushalton Beaches. On the way, he made several calls to Sally, pretending he was at home, when actually he was very close to the murder scene.
One of them was extremely sinister in that he'd called up to actually check that she'd left the house and that she was on her way to him in Sutton.
Have you left yet? Have you left the house?
To me, that was him checking to make sure the coast was clear.
George's journey took him to a bus stop near Maureen's house.
This is the time about 9:53 where George crosses in front of the bus camera and walks off towards Maureen's house. This is a time when at first he said that he was still at his mother's address. You can see it's a very quiet street. He's the only one in there. As he disappears out of view, you just see him change direction and cross over to the side of the road where Maureen's house is. Just there. He begins to cross over and then out of sight.
Analysts found evidence of one phone call which was particularly telling. It seemed George had slipped through a side gate and received a call at the bottom of the garden.
All right.
We instructed expert engineers who were able to tell us the exact location of the phone to within a few hundred yards in some cases, but one phone call in particular was extremely relevant. As a result of a geographical anomaly, a valley some 2 to 3 miles away, they were able to pinpoint one call to the back garden.
You in town? Right, good.
And it was located in a space only 3 or 4 foot wide, directly behind the summer house. And that was the only space within Cushalton Beaches where this particular phone mast hit. The area behind the garden shed became extremely relevant to the inquiry. This was where the handbag was located, next door neighbour's garden, and it's quite clear that it may have been spent some time there. It was a good hiding area. It was an area that he was familiar with. Whenever he visited the house in the past, he'd spent a lot of time there. And from the cigarette butts lying about, it was obviously an area that he used regularly to smoke.
It was a simple step to theorise what happened next.
And it's my belief that he waited in the back garden until he saw movement in the house, Maureen having returned from the dentist. He then quite calmly walked up the back garden, knocked on the back door. Maureen would have quite readily admitted him to the house.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Are you in the back?
Can I get a brew?
and once he was in the kitchen, he attacked her and killed her.
Phone records show a call was made from the house landline to George's mobile, but the mobile was in the close vicinity at the time.
This was clearly an attempt by him to throw us off the scent and make us believe that someone from within the house was phoning him and trying to get in contact with him.
Police believe he then threw Maureen's handbag over the fence to make it look like burglary, though neglecting to remove money or credit cards, then left to meet Sally in Sutton. But proving George was at the scene was one thing, proving murder was another. Police turned once again to CCTV.
Here we see George about an hour after the murder occurred in Sutton High Street crossing the road. He crosses over towards a bin where he appears to put something in the bin. Here we see a shot from a jeweller's window where he turns away, having put items in the bin, where he walks to a small alcove here, and then you see him take the coat off.
The coat potentially held vital evidence.
He appears to kick it through underneath the gate.
It's quite obvious to me that he was attempting to change his appearance. That coat was obviously very, very important to our inquiry, and it was vital that we get hold of it.
Once again, CCTV provided the lead. The story was about to take a new twist, thanks to a random passerby.
In this footage you see a male coming down on a bicycle. He gets off the bike and pushes it down the footway, where he goes behind the lamppost and he goes to the Lloyd's cash point. He then picks up the coat and cycles off with the coat, which is dangling over his handlebars.
The bank identified the man who'd taken money from the cash point.
Officers were dispatched immediately to his home address. There they spoke to him, asked him about the coat, and he was able to produce the coat untouched, unworn, still as it was, from when he picked it up a few days earlier.
Once we had actually got the coat back, it was it wasn't a eureka moment in that it really was a significant part of the evidence.
The coat was submitted to the forensic laboratory for examination, both for DNA and for fibres. The DNA was able to prove that George was the habitual wearer of that coat, and the fibres contained upon the coat showed a huge number of red fibres. These red fibres were mainly contained to the arms and the chest area, and these fibres importantly matched the top that was worn by Maureen at the time of her death.
Black fibres, similar to those from the coat, were found on Maureen's top. George's account of finding the body, which in this respect did not match Sally's, attempted to explain the fibres by saying he held her as she lay dead.
I was keen to recover the gloves worn by George. These have never been found by police. George was asked about them. He came up with a cock and bull story, saying that his dog had eaten the gloves. It's my belief that the gloves were put into the bin, along with the ligature.
Though the evidence against George was circumstantial, police were confident they had their killer. But there was one lingering possibility they had to resolve.
What I was less certain of was whether he was the only person involved in it or whether he'd an accomplice. And I needed some concrete evidence to prove that one way or another.
If Sally was innocent, police wanted to rule out completely the possibility she was involved. The evidence was to come from the most unexpected quarter. Police believed they'd identified the killer of 65-year-old Maureen Cosgrove at her home in Carshalton Beeches in South London. They had a strong circumstantial case against George Mayburn, the partner of her daughter Sally, who was carrying his child. They wanted to confirm beyond all doubt that George had acted alone and that Sally was not involved. Their methods were covert. Police will not even discuss them on camera, and produced results beyond an investigator's dreams. Their ploy began with a crucial piece of information they'd never revealed to anyone: the recovery of Maureen's handbag from behind a neighbour's fence. After the murder, they'd seized Sally's Ford Focus car for forensic examination. Now they handed it back, and just before they did so, in the hope of triggering a telling reaction, they told Sally the handbag had been found and contained evidence which could identify the killer.
The contents inside give us evidence to suggest who the killer of your mother was. You know who's done it? Yeah, we have evidence. Oh, that's the best news ever. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did you hear that, George? Oh my God. Oh my God, George. Did you just hear that?
Aye.
I think they know who's done it. I can't believe it. That was amazing news. That's amazing.
What neither of them knew was that the car was bugged. Their reactions alone told police what they wanted to know. After a short time, Sally asked George to pull over so she could get some cigarettes. And it was what happened when she was out of the car that was to prove conclusive in court.
God forgive me for what I've done. I just couldn't take it anymore. Every single day she was breaking me down. God. Forgive me. Please, God. I'm sorry.
Okay, babe.
You alright?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just a bit shocked, you know.
I know. Me too.
Police confronted George with the recording.
God forgive me for what I've done.
Shit.
I just couldn't take it anymore.
George was charged with murder. Police were satisfied Sally was innocent. Her brother John was asked to collect her from the police station.
She was just in floods of tears. They took me into an interview room to see her, and she was just floods of tears, saying, you know, it was all wrong. They'd got it all wrong. It couldn't be him. You know, can't I do anything about it? Can I tell them, you know, and it's stupid, and what are they doing?
It's all wrong. They've got it all wrong. Can you tell them something? Can you tell them they've got it all wrong?
Just felt so sorry for her at that point, because, you know, the person that had been charged was her partner, and the father of the baby she was carrying. And, you know, despite the fact that she was convinced he hadn't done it, and that they got it all wrong, deep down, you know that the chances are that he probably has. From my point of view, as much as it was horrible to think that, you know, someone that had been welcomed into the family and to a large extent treated as a member of the family could do that, but at the same time, there was a kind of relief that we were starting to get an answer.
George refused to let Sally go and kept sending her love letters from prison whilst he was awaiting trial.
He was constantly telling her, you know, he loved her, all the reasons why it wasn't him, and that basically the police just needed to make up their, you know, the numbers they needed to be seen to get a quick result.
In October 2009, George's trial opened at the Old Bailey.
In court, in the presence of the judge and jury, George came across as very meek, very mild, very polite. There was a different side to him when the jury was out of court and the judge was out of hearing. He was cocky, rude and arrogant.
George attempted to explain his confession by saying his mother had been wearing him down in arguments over his dog, and he wanted forgiveness for stealing £50 from her purse.
He claimed that he had no money on him at all. We were able to prove that that was a lie. Not only did he have money on him, but he also had a receipt from a bank ATM where he'd taken £40 out on the morning of the murder.
George was found guilty, but his sentence proved controversial. Judge Roberts jailed him for a minimum of 13 years, 2 years less than the normal tariff for premeditated murder, and 7 years less than the police were expecting, on the grounds the crime was out of character, and George had been under enormous pressure and could see no other way to be with the woman he loved. The judge said that this was illustrated by the prayer for forgiveness recorded by police.
No sentence would have been enough, but 13 just wasn't enough for what he'd done. You know, what he'd done to my mum and what it had done to our family.
I consulted with the Crown Prosecution Service and with the QC who presented the case in court. An appeal was made to the High Court and the sentence was increased, quite rightly, to 18 years. George had clearly put some planning and thought into the commission of this murder. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. It was something he'd thought about. He'd told lies before it. He'd told lies about his journey. He had the gloves in his possession. One of my officers best summed up his efforts to cover up the crime as saying, "You watched CSI, but you only watched half the episode."
Sally and the other members of Maureen's family are now rebuilding their lives, trying to move on from tragedy.
The last time I saw Mum was the evening of Mother's Day. I went round in the evening, took some flowers and a card, you know, gave her a hug, sat and chatted to her. I do remember as I went out the front door, she followed me out. She gave me a hug, said, "Thank you for the flowers, love you, speak to you later." And I got in my car and drove off. That's the last time I saw her. Well, last time I saw her alive, anyway.
Three pines, planted by a loving father, one for himself, one for his wife, one for his first daughter, to grow as she grew. The actual trees no longer exist. They were chopped down, destroyed, like so much else in the life of this family.
It was such a terrible thing that happened. People that can do something that evil, you think that they'd look evil and that you'd recognise it, but you don't.
It was like an out-of-body experience because I just remember just falling to my knees on the floor.
This is the story of murder most brutal, a betrayal of love by those you'd expect to trust the most.
Their actions had caused them to be sentenced to more time in prison than had actually been alive.
A story, too, of how unwittingly the guilty can leave evidence, laying bare the inner workings of a crime when violence explodes after years of tension. North Wales, a coastline of grandeur, resorts filled with comfortable bed and breakfasts, and hotels. A hint of the sedate, of Time Warp maybe. A perfect setting for the Colwyn Bay antiques business, run by the family of Tony Robinson, son of a Polish immigrant. He started working here in his teens.
My dad worked for his father as a French polisher, and we had a shop which they acquired after my grandfather escaped a prisoner of war camp and came to Wales.
His passion lay elsewhere.
My dad was a really big football fan.
He had trials with Crystal Palace and Man United boys. He played up and down North Wales for every team, managed them after, and every pub on every corner. He also was the youngest player to score for North Wales.
He was a popular figure among the women of the town.
He was quite a catch, I suppose, back then. Mainly it was because the family had a large business, so they were quite well known as a family in such a small town. And also because he was a footballer, I think, and he was always very fit. And he had really nice hair. My dad, he always had really nice hair.
He met the girl who was to become his first wife, Susan, when they were teenagers. Their daughter, Mandy, was born in 1969, and a few years later, Tony and Susan married. He built her the bungalow, calling it 3 Pines.
We planted the 3 pine trees because it was me and my mum and my dad. And I just remember him saying, you know, this will grow as you grow.
In fact, barely were the trees planted when the family became 4. A second daughter, Claire, was born. But the romantic dream was already fading.
My mum put up with a lot because of his character and how he was, you know, seen as such like a ladies' man.
Mainly it was my dad's drinking at the weekends after football. And in the week, I suppose she didn't see him anyway because he worked really hard. I think she wanted a bit of weekend family time, but that would interfere with his playing the football and watching the football and being with the lads, I suppose.
See you tomorrow. Cheers. Bye. Cheers.
In 1979, when Tony was 30, he and Susan split up.
He definitely suffered a breakdown, you know, when my mum did leave with both those girls.
No, I'm not. I'm not waiting anymore. No, we've got to go.
Mandy was 10. The day her parents split still haunts both sisters.
You don't have to break up. It's all your fault. Yes, it is, though.
I remember my mum telling me how Mandy absolutely hated her. She tied herself to the washing machine with her skipping rope, and I was only very young.
You don't have to break up.
But to Mandy, he was like Father Christmas, you know, he'd wake her up early hours of the morning and they'd go mushroom picking and he would teach her about how to catch rabbits and things like that.
Like that one? Yeah, it's nice and bright then, isn't it?
The daughters and their mother ended up living in Farnborough, in Hampshire. Tony went to live in a flat in Colwyn Bay, owned by his brother, and sold 3 Pines to his parents. He travelled south frequently to see his daughters in Farnborough.
I don't think I moved from the windowsill until I saw his van come round, and I almost, you know, I didn't kiss anybody goodbye. I was out the door before, you know, they could even catch me, kind of thing. It was lovely seeing him. It would upset me. He would always talk about my mum and ours as a family and how much he still missed us.
He never really seemed to get over it or understand how she could have left him and took us away.
But as years passed, Tony wasn't entirely lonely. He still had plenty of attention from women.
I don't play anymore. I coach for Colwyn Bay.
He knew all the ladies and they knew him and they knew his whereabouts and who he was going out with or not going out with. And he was still seen as a catch. And even though, you know, he's our dad, he was a really handsome, attractive man.
Soon, Tony would embark on a new relationship with a new chance of happiness. No way of foreseeing the ultimate betrayal and tragedy which lay ahead. It's 1984, and Tony Robinson, aged 35, has split with the wife with whom he shared his dream bungalow. His 2 daughters have gone to live with her. He's single, eligible, and meets a girl much younger than him in his local pub.
Oh, looks like you could do with a drink.
Joanne Barr was just 19.
That was nice, thank you.
I think now looking back, she knew what she was doing. I think she had designs on him. He told me that she had picked him out.
By now, Claire was 9, Mandy was 15. The arrival of a 19-year-old in the household soon led to rivalry.
Just leave me alone, Joe.
She was quite nice until they moved in together, and then she tried to boss me about and tell me what I could or I couldn't do.
But the daughters didn't get the support they expected from their father.
All of a sudden, he was doing what she was saying, and we couldn't understand why, really.
He didn't want to upset Joanne by having a go at her about the way she treated us. So we soon learned that you didn't bother my dad about it, because if there was a problem, she made it difficult for us to see him.
When Mandy was 18 years old, she passed her driving test and drove 260 miles to Wales to surprise her dad.
Dad, it's me.
I didn't ring and say I was coming, I'll admit that. And I must have turned up there about 5:30, 6 o'clock that evening.
It's me. Ta-ra!
What do you want?
I've passed the test. Is Dad in?
He's asleep. Mandy, you know I can't wake him.
Well, can I come in?
No, he's asleep.
The next day, went to the shop to see my dad and obviously gave him a piece of my mind. And I don't think we spoke properly, really, for about 3 years after that.
Claire stayed in touch with her father. Mandy and Tony became increasingly distant. In 1991, 7 years after Tony and Joe met, Mandy received some news. Tony and Joe had a baby girl, Ashley.
No, I'm happy for you. Well, I didn't even know she was pregnant.
Obviously, I was annoyed that he hadn't rung and told us. I was hurt, definitely at the time. But I was excited as well that you had a new little baby sister.
Tony moved with Joe back into Three Pines, the bungalow he'd originally built for his wife, Susan. And before long, Ashley was joined by a sister, Holly.
It was like he was trying to recreate the same family again, trying to have a second chance at the same life. I did find it spooky. I used to look at her and think, why would you want to do that?
Several years passed.
Oh, I can't wait to wear my new skirt.
That's if we can convince Dad to get us them first.
We can, I'm going to wear it.
The youngest daughters, Holly and Ashley, grew into teenagers. Once again, the family dynamic was shifting. When Ashley was 16, she struck up a relationship with a boy called Gordon Harding. Originally, she met him over the internet. Ashley became pregnant.
It was Joanne that got really annoyed about it. And it was my dad that was like, look, she's having a baby. We need to help her and definitely support her.
Tony managed to get Ashley and her boyfriend, Gordon Harding, into a flat owned by his brother. In November 2009, a baby daughter arrived. But the marriage between Tony and Joe was becoming increasingly strained. Tony told family and friends there were arguments centred on the way the girls were being brought up. Joe had partially moved out of the bungalow, but on more than one occasion when she came round, tensions flared, and he called the police.
I'm sorry, but I really need your help.
Joe admitted to police she picked up a knife during one row, but said she never intended to use it.
He was like a broken man, you know, he couldn't believe that the situation had got that bad, but it had, and the police asked them to leave.
Both Joe and 15-year-old Holly moved out of the family home and into the flat where Ashley, Gordon and their daughter had been living.
Stinks. Well, you've got your father to thank for this.
They went to live with his parents. It was 2 weeks before Christmas 2009. From this point on, relations with Joe and Tony's younger daughters soured rapidly. Tensions focused particularly on money. Without telling Joe, Tony cashed in a £9,000 insurance policy. He kept most of the money in the bank, but put about £1,000 in the bedroom safe, which Joe believed still contained her jewellery. On the 2nd of February 2010, Joe visited the bungalow to collect some mail. She asked Tony for access to the safe.
I'm not going to ask you again. Give me the key.
No point. The safe, unbeknown to me at the time, had become an issue because before it was always open, but it was never locked from the rest of the family.
There's no jewellery, I sold it.
You've sold it! Anthony!
Tony called the police, though he didn't lodge a formal complaint. His older daughters weren't aware at first of how isolated their father, now over 60, had become.
I became increasingly worried about him. He needed money but didn't know how to fill out any forms, and he just started to sound more and more low, and he was lonely, and he was talking about Holly and how he'd seen her in the town, in the street, and she just walked as if she didn't even know him, didn't look at his face, and you know, how it broke him. He'd had a nervous breakdown and he needed us to go and, you know, help him, or he needed help anyway.
It was April 2010. When she saw her father, Tony had decided he wanted to change his will, as Joe wasn't coming back. Claire took him to the solicitors and was in for a shock.
Are you coming in?
Of course.
Then you need to prepare yourself. It's your stuff. I've not told you.
In 2005, Tony had changed his will. Claire and Mandy would get only the legal minimum a child can claim. Joe would be the main beneficiary.
Any property or monies or anything they had would go to her and the girls, Ashley and Holly, and Mandy and I would be allowed to pick a item from the property that belonged to him. And I said to him, you know, I'm so angry with you. I can't believe, you know, all my life I've loved you like I do, and Mandy, and cared for you, and yet you have to see the situation that we might have been coming to your funeral, and, you know, and been told after that basically we meant nothing to you, and that's how much, you know, that's what that signifies.
Tony ripped up the will and created a new one, leaving everything equally split between all 4 daughters and excluding Joe.
Bit of a turning point. He realised that, you know, we were there to help.
We went Father's Day and picked him up and brought him back down in the van. And basically he came and stayed with my sister for the first few days, and then he came over to stay with me. And it was lovely to have him.
Can't remember the last time that it ever was that good to have him there.
Back in Colwyn Bay, Joe suggested Ashley, Gordon and their daughter move into the bungalow whilst Tony was away. Claire heard washing had been seen on the line and rang the bungalow. Ashley answered. She asked Claire to keep Tony down south. What she said made Claire suspicious.
Well, don't tell him we're all here.
She basically asked me to lie to him and say that she wasn't there.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to lie.
Look, you know what he's like. He might think I'm going through his paperwork or something.
Well, why would he think that? Just don't go through his stuff.
Mandy drove him home.
We walked in, the house smelt. There was a bad smell, like an old curry, and also there was dirty dog food dishes everywhere. And I remember thinking, oh no, you'll go crazy, my dad, with all this mess, because he was a bit fastidious like that.
Oh, here we go again.
The next thing is Holly ran up to my dad and put her arms around him. And you could see my dad's face, because, I mean, Holly hadn't spoke to him in 6 months.
Mandy stayed the night.
Hi, Dad.
Tony had quickly found evidence that, as Claire had suspected after talking to Ashley, someone had been looking through his paperwork.
They've been going through my stuff.
Oh.
They've moved the safe.
Well, you've got to say something, Dad.
He went, no, I'm not going to make a fuss. He said, but, you know, just letting you know that I know they've been rooting through my stuff.
Hi, Dad.
Back in Hampshire, on Tuesday, July the 6th, Mandy and Claire both phoned him to check he was okay. Tony told Mandy that Ashley had been hateful in an argument over money.
But Dad, everybody's getting driving lessons. Only £500.
One lesson at a time.
Dad, you could easily
a
give
car.
me money easily,
At 9 o'clock that night, Tony went to the pub. He came home again at 11:45 p.m. He gave Ashley £23 for the driving lessons.
But if you're going to stay here, there's going to have to be some ground rules.
But he reminded her of how her mother had left in December after he'd called the police.
You know what happened to your mother at Christmas? You'll go the same way.
Thanks.
He went to bed and can have had no idea as to what this night would bring. "61-year-old Tony Robinson had returned from a visit to his 2 eldest daughters to find his bungalow in Colwyn Bay had been taken over by his younger daughters, Holly and Ashley, and their boyfriends, Gordon and Sasha. Ashley had already made it clear she'd hoped he'd stay away. 13 days later, on Wednesday, July the 7th, 2010, his daughter Claire received a visit from police.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you Claire Robinson?
Yeah.
You haven't got something awful to tell me, have you?
I remember them, they looked at each other and they just said, can we come in, please?
Do you know Anthony David Robinson?
It was like an out-of-body kind of experience, because I just remember falling to my knees on the floor. As he went on talking, he was trying to explain to me what had happened. And I just said to him, you can't tell me because I can't take it that somebody's hurt him. So you can't tell me how they've hurt him.
I just didn't believe it. I just thought, no, they must have the wrong person. Do you know? They must have the wrong person.
Police emergency, how may I help you?
At 1:39 that morning, police had received a 999 call from Joanne Barr.
Okay, what's that going on?
Oh, somebody's being stabbed.
Somebody has been or
Yeah.
is being?
Has.
Has?
Yeah.
Joanne was calling the police from Tony's bungalow, and she was reporting that Tony had been stabbed by her daughter's boyfriend, a lad called Gordon Harding. Joanne did tell us she hadn't been in the bungalow when Tony had been stabbed, but she had arrived there following a call from her daughter.
Have you seen him with a knife in him then, have you?
No, I've seen the blood.
She said Tony had threatened Ashley, Gordon and the baby.
Okay, the officer's there now?
Yep.
All right then. Are they in the house?
Yep.
Okay.
When you listen to the call, it's quite shocking that there's no emotion there, that a person's dead a few feet away from her.
PC Rhian Evans, the officer on the scene, found Ashley, Gordon, Holly and Sasha in the living room, all hugging each other.
Almost immediately, it was clear to Rhian that Tony was no longer alive. She arrested Gordon Harding on suspicion of murdering Tony Robinson.
Police were confronted by a room full of people who all corroborated what Joe had told police on the phone.
You're faced with these unusual facts that there are 5 people in a lounge of a house, and a few feet away, Tony's lying dead. And on the face of it, it's a simple story that there's been a fight. And we've got to look at that and not accept things on face value. We've got to pick at that, and we've got to try and discover the truth.
Tony's wounds spoke of an attack of extreme violence. He'd been stabbed 15 times, front and back. 4 wounds passed completely through sections of his body. His hands were cut, as if he'd tried to fend off his knife-wielding attacker.
Gordon told us that once the fight, as he described it, had finished, he undressed within Anthony's room, and not only had he taken his clothes off, but he'd had the state of mind to fold them up with the knives nicely positioned on the top.
Gordon was taken to St Asaph police station and interviewed as a suspect. The other 4 were taken to Colwyn Bay police station and interviewed separately as witnesses. They gave broadly similar accounts of what had happened. The day after the killing, Joe described 2 conversations, one with Ashley, the other with Holly.
Ashley said to me yesterday, I think your jewellery is in that safe, and I think mine and Holly's is as well. Because he carries that key so close, Mum, it has to be. And I went, but I wouldn't worry about it. No, I want to know if he has sold your jewellery, Mum. She said, and I'm going to go in it tonight. She said, I'm going up to Dad's, and I went, what for?
So who said this?
Holly. Right. I said, what for? Because Ashley's going to go in the safe, and I want to have a look. I went, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think you should go.
All those interviewed said Ashley, Gordon and the baby had been alone in the bungalow when Tony returned from the pub. Holly, Sasha and Joe said they were all at the flat a mile away at the time of the attack. They said when Tony was asleep, Ashley and Gordon, who was armed with a commando knife as a deterrent, had crept into the room to get at jewellery in the safe.
As we walked in, he got out of bed, my dad got out of bed and said, oh no you don't, I'm not having this, I'm going to do you. I'm going to do you all.
All those interviewed agreed Tony had threatened Ashley and the baby. They said when Tony woke, Gordon, terrified, dropped the knife and Ashley fled. Tony picked up a kitchen knife lying beside the bed and lunged at Gordon. In the ensuing struggle, Tony was stabbed by Gordon in self-defence. Gordon said he then emerged and spoke briefly to Ashley.
He's dead, Ashley.
I said, oh, go and get a shower, I'm going to ring my mum. And I rang my mum. And he said, Mum, Dad's dead. And she said, you're joking, fuck off, you're joking. And that's what she said, so it's some bad language. And then she said, do you want me to come up? And I went, yeah, please. And my mum got a phone call off my sister. And all I heard from my mum's side of the conversation was, you're fucking joking me. And then I'm not sure what the response was from my sister, but my mum went, oh my God, you're serious. And she hung up and she said to me and Sasha, she said, get your coats on, come on, we're going.
They all said Joe then drove with Holly and Sasha to the house.
We got to the bungalow and Ashley said to my mum, you don't want to go in there. And my mum went into my dad's room anyway. And she came out and she was white and she said, go into the lounge and just wait there. I've got to ring the police.
The problem for police was there were small differences in the detail of each of their stories.
So we were going into the bedroom to check if it was if the safe was unlocked.
Very early on in all of those accounts and those interviews, none of the accounts were adding up quite clearly. They weren't telling us the truth.
For instance, Gordon's story did not quite tally with Ashley's account. She said she'd never seen the knife Gordon alleged Tony had used, And she described a longer conversation when Gordon emerged from the bedroom.
He said, "I'm really sorry, Ash, but your dad's dead. I didn't mean to kill him, but he really upset me with what he said."
Furthermore, the accounts of the fight didn't match what was found at the scene.
Gordon had described a violent struggle with Tony. The crime scene investigators were finding no evidence of that in Tony's bedroom. The ornaments were still on the bedside cabinet. Clothing wasn't disturbed. And blood that Tony had lost during the course of the attack was really confined to the bed itself. It certainly appeared to me at that time that Tony had been overpowered on the bed by either one or more of his attackers.
It just seemed that nothing was clear, that they were lying, you know, and once we heard like knives were involved and stuff like that, I just began to feel that it was eerie, it just didn't feel right.
Gordon was the only person against whom there was clear forensic evidence at the scene.
Gordon's clothes were sent for forensic examination, and the results we came back were not what you would expect if you were to believe his version of events. There was very little blood on the t-shirt he was wearing. There was no bloody handprints or smears of blood you'd expect to find if people were fighting and someone had been stabbed. Yet on his trousers, on the inside of the leg area, a massive amount of blood was found, which led the scientists to believe that at some point he'd actually straddled Tony, so that the blood was transferred onto his clothing.
Forensic examination of the knives showed they had Tony's blood on them, as well as tissue or fatty residue, a strong indication both knives were used. But despite discrepancies between the forensic evidence and what Gordon and Ashley had said, there was still nothing to challenge the broad account given by the 5 people interviewed.
It was becoming quite frustrating because we just couldn't get a consistent account. So we started to look at where we could try and establish some fact around exactly what had happened.
They turned to CCTV. What they found deepened their suspicion. There was no sign of Joe's car heading to the bungalow after the killing.
When Joanne had first contacted the police, she told us that she'd received a message from Ashley to come up to Tony's bungalow. She told us that she'd left her flat in Colwyn Bay and travelled to Tony's bungalow in her car with Holly and Sasha. So we knew that if we looked at the CCTV, we'd be able to plot her movements in a car. It was only when we started looking at that CCTV footage that we couldn't find her car on the route that she told us she'd taken. So we started extending those parameters on the CCTV footage, and what we found was that Joanne's car was on the CCTV footage, but it was significantly earlier than we had expected.
But it was evidence from another technological quarter that was to blow the original story apart. At the time of the arrest, police seized mobile phones. They examined text messages exchanged between all the people in the house in the run-up to the killing.
We were overwhelmed with what we found in some of the messages and some of the detail contained within those phones.
Many of the texts related to an issue which had been at the core of tensions between Tony and others in his family: money. The killing happened at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, July the 7th. The messages began the previous day, Tuesday the 6th.
Holly, please calm down.
Together with records of times at which phone calls were made, they reveal a very different story to the one clearly concocted by the group at the house before police arrived. And they give a unique insight, at times charting events minute by minute, into the build-up to a terrible crime involving 2 daughters and their own father. For this film, we've dramatised the text message exchanges. The first was from Gordon to Joe.
I know what's in the safe. It's cold hard cash. I need to get in. He's still saying he has no money.
There followed a flurry of phone calls between Joe, Ashley and Holly, monitoring Tony's movements as a plan began to take shape.
Is Dad back yet?
He is now.
Go in the safe! At night!
Text messages showed that afternoon, Holly, Ashley and Joe saw each other in Colwyn Bay town centre.
You're the only one living with him. We're not living with him.
We were able to establish that Ashley, Holly and Joe had met to discuss going into Tony's bedroom and to take jewellery and the contents from a safe.
Ashley returned to the bungalow. The messages continued.
I'm going to kill him.
Why? Bring me.
Ashley then spoke for 8 minutes to Holly.
There's no talking to, there's no reasoning with him.
Their resolve hardened.
No, I am. It's game on.
We getting the big guns out.
By 9 p.m, Tony was in the pub. The daughters mapped out how the raid on Tony's safe should happen. Holly was insistent she and her boyfriend Sasha Roberts should be present, but Ashley said they should stay away.
Ashley, we are not. We're coming with you.
The conversation continued via text.
I knew you'd do that. What? Not let me come.
It's just dangerous, Holly.
I can look out for myself.
Yeah, fine. I'll let you in then.
Cool. You're not going to help at all?
Probably not.
Why? You want it as much as me.
As we started to gather some of this evidence, their status as witnesses had changed, and they were, in fact, suspects for Tony's murder.
The girls waited for Tony to come back from the pub, the keys to the safe in his pocket.
He's home. We'll be on our way up soon.
There's then a 13-minute gap in the texting, during which, according to Ashley, Tony gave her the money for driving lessons and food.
It's going to have to be some ground.
Then came an exchange referring to the incident in December 2009, when Tony and Joe argued and he called the police, which led to Joe and Holly leaving.
Dad just said that he got rid of Mum at Christmas and he'll do the same to me because it ain't working out. By the way, he's drinking coffee.
He's threatening to kick her out.
The boys were psyching themselves up.
Sash, he goes tonight. Need your backup. Ready when you are.
We're on our way. Hang tight.
The text messages demolished the claim by Joe, Holly and Sasha that they stayed at the flat during the killing.
Evidence like this is gold dust. We are able to show people that they're lying to us. We were able to show them their own words and their own planning.
It's Gordon. Keep your mouth shut and your phone on silent.
Ring me.
We can't. What's up?
We're on our way. We're going to jump over the front gate. No houses, no witnesses. Okay. We're just getting dropped off by Santos.
Joe let Holly and Sasha out of the car a few yards from the bungalow. Sasha had with him the commando knife. Joe then moved her vehicle to a car park a short distance away to wait.
Gate. Wait at the bottom of the hill. She wants us to wait at the bottom of the hill.
Away.
Wait 5 minutes. Gordon will text you next.
We're by the kitchen window.
He has his light on, I think.
Don't move. 2 minutes.
Light is off. Come.
There was one more text message that night, before Joe came up to the house.
Things happened. Dad is no more. Sorry, Mum.
The text messages left those in the house with nowhere to hide. What they subsequently revealed laid bare much more of the truth about what happened that night. Police investigating the killing of Tony Robinson had recovered incriminating text messages between his two youngest daughters, their mother, and their boyfriends. They were furious that Tony had refused to move out of the family home. Other details emerged about what had happened in the immediate run-up to the murder, including remarks made to various people by Joe.
Oh, I tell you what, I could absolutely kill him.
Joanne, Ashley and Holly believed that Tony had retained jewellery. As you would probably expect in a acrimonious split like this, Tony had told them that he'd sold this jewellery.
Two ladies of a similar age to Joanne and Ashley had actually been into a local jeweller's in Colwyn Bay trying to establish whether or not Tony had actually sold jewellery which they believed was theirs. We were never able to establish whether that was actually Joanne or Ashley, but I think it's fair to say it probably was.
Also, Ashley had found paperwork relating to the money Tony received after cashing in his life insurance policy.
We've got a text message from Ashley saying, "I know what's in the safe, it's cold hard cash."
Joe wrongly speculated that what Tony had cashed in was their joint endowment policy.
She went as far as to contact Eagle Star, who were the endowment holding company for the house, to find out if he'd cashed that endowment in.
No, I need to know today.
That was about 12 to 14 hours before he died.
When police checked Tony's safe, the focus of the abortive raid, it contained £900. It was the text messages which blew the cover story apart. Only Gordon, who'd already admitted the stabbing, stuck to the original version. Ashley said her text saying she was going to kill her father had been an empty threat. Holly now admitted she'd been in the house. And Sasha, who had learning difficulties, gave graphic testimony of witnessing the murder itself, moments after he'd handed the commando knife to Gordon.
I saw him with his arm like that, leaning over the bed. And I don't know if it was me imagining it in my head or just like actually seeing it happen. I don't know if I was...
It's okay, Sasha, take a moment.
Just take it on, Nathan.
He's been picturing it when he shuts his eyes.
Okay. Take your time, Sasha.
Throughout, Jo distanced herself from the others and from the violence against Tony.
But I don't think you should go, Holly. I really don't think you should go. I said, because if your dad wakes up, if you go in there when your dad's asleep and your dad wakes up, you are going to freak out. He's going to go skit and you are going to freak out.
Joanne Barr was the hardest person I've ever interviewed in 22 years in the police. She was very cold towards what had happened. She had her own agenda to look after herself. Her answers were obstructive and aggressive, and she was only in that room to cover her own back and didn't care that her daughters had been arrested or their boyfriends had been arrested. And I came out of that interview room shattered.
Jo said the plan had purely been to get the jewellery. She did admit telling everyone what to say.
Gordon did it out of defending you, okay? It was self-defence.
Although we still hadn't obtained a consistent account between all 5 individuals, we'd managed to gather sufficient evidence to present to the CPS. We had established that Holly and Ashley and their boyfriends were in Tony's bungalow when Tony had been murdered. We were able to establish that they were all aware of the presence of the commando knife. And we presented this evidence to CPS, and ultimately all 4 were charged with Tony's murder. We were also able to gather sufficient evidence which demonstrated that the 5 of them, including Joanne, had all conspired to pervert the course of justice in an effort to throw the police off the scent.
The trial at Mould Crown Court lasted a month. The 4 young defendants denied murder. Gordon admitted using the knife, but said he'd done so in self-defence. The jury didn't believe any of them. In February 2011, they were found guilty. All of them, except Gordon, admitted the conspiracy charge, as did Joe. Gordon was convicted on that count. Gordon and Ashley were sentenced to a minimum of 22 years, Sasha to 20 and Holly to 18. Joe, described as thoroughly wicked by the judge, was sentenced to 6 years, reduced to 4 because she'd pleaded guilty.
I came out of the courtroom physically trembling. I realised very quickly that their actions had caused them to be sentenced to more time in prison than had actually been alive.
All those convicted appealed against sentence, and in May 2011, the appeals were summarily thrown out.
This is a really, really sad case. The one place that you're supposed to feel safe in is your own home. The people you're supposed to be safe around are your family. Anthony's family plotted against him, entered his home and killed him.
What happened on that night has affected 3 generations of the same family. I feel for Tony's family that are left to try and manage the rest of their lives without Tony and younger members of their family around.
You have visions, don't you? You think of all the terrible things, think, did they tie him up? Did they torture him? Did he open his eyes? Did he see his own daughters? You don't know, do you? And that is the worst bit, because they still won't tell the truth.
They had just murdered him and they left him there. And this person, our father, the kindest, the kindest person you'd ever meet, was so gentle and warm and loving. Nobody hugged him. Nobody put a blanket over him. Nobody did anything. They just left him there. They just murdered him. And then they left him there. And the first thing they did was conspire and try and blame him and try and get themselves off. And just think that I just can't forgive him for that.
What is it that triggers the final decision? That split-second moment that steals a life and plunges the killer into a void of guilt.
I knew by the expression on his face that something was wrong. Seriously wrong.
After a killing so brutal, the killer first cannot bear to leave the victim, then cannot bear to stay. But there's no fleeing the horror of the act.
Any crime like this will rock a community, and it will devastate a family who have lost someone under such tragic and such violent circumstances.
What follows is a cat and mouse game, a killer who must be found.
We had to establish who was responsible, where they were. Was it murder? Was it manslaughter? Sift through a lot of information to actually get to the truth.
This was a crime that turned on jealousy, betrayal,
the most brutal of endings to what should have been a shared dream. The village of Snettisham in Norfolk, a community of 1,000 households on the edge of the fens, a magnet for visitors drawn to its pubs and its charm and the vast beaches of the Wash. It appears in the Domesday Book of 1086, but something precious lay hidden here for 1,000 years before that. The Snettisham hoard, pre-Christian symbols of power and love, perhaps. Other things lay hidden here, and they too were to do with power and love. But when they came to the surface, they brought only tragedy. The central characters in our story didn't start life here. This is where they came, with their dream. "20 miles away, and in the 80s, Becky Thorpe was growing up with her parents in the tiny village of Sholdhamthorpe. She was a pupil at Downham Market High School.
School initially was not easy for her. She was a pupil that would much rather be unnoticed and quietly just go about her business.
That didn't apply on the sports field.
Although she was only an average run-of-the-mill student, her sport carried her. She would fight cat and dog to win the ball, and nobody was sort of standing her way when she got going.
She dreamed of a career in sport, but while still at school, started doing work experience at Timbers Motel in Fincham, near her home.
This she took on board like she takes everything else that she wants to do, took it by the scruff of the neck and
Keep stirring.
got stuck into it.
Stick on the bottom.
When she left school, she went to the College of West Anglia in King's Lynn and qualified as a chef. She returned to the motel in 2003
Okay, you really need to keep on stirring this. I need that prep.
and eventually became head chef.
Add a bit of seasoning to this and we should be done.
She had similar success when she moved to a pub, but then things went wrong.
What do you think?
A dispute arose with new managers, and she claimed unfair dismissal. At a tribunal, she was granted a financial settlement.
Prep yourself.
But for now, the dream of running kitchens had soured. Becky was 24. She began a relationship with an older man and decided to switch careers. She got a job as a dental technician and within a year was a fully qualified dental nurse. But once again, she hit problems as her relationship collapsed.
I think the gentleman would like to have taken the relationship further, probably thinking about children. Rebecca didn't, at the time, want to go down that route.
It was now 2008. Becky found herself single, unhappy, and in need of extra cash to supplement her modest wages. She took bar shifts at a local hotel.
She turned back to the trade that she knew and loved and went back into the pub industry.
In December 2008, she switched to a pub nearby, the Dray and Horses at Totten Hill. And suddenly, things moved fast. The pub was run by Michael Tucker in his late 40s and his partner, with whom he had 2 children.
There was a mutual attraction between Becky and Michael.
Michael, you going to change that barrel?
Yeah, I'm just a bit busy at the moment, yeah.
You could change it now.
In a few minutes.
And quite soon after that, a relationship developed between them.
Within days, Michael was giving Becky a bracelet for Christmas.
Do you? Do you really?
I do.
He invited her to join him and his family for Christmas dinner. 1 week later, meltdown.
On New Year's Eve, 2008 leading into 2009, Michael's partner found text messages on Michael's phone from Becky.
Michael, would you like to explain, please? What's what? What are you talking about?
There was a row, during which plates were smashed. Michael's partner asked Becky to leave the pub.
You think people want to celebrate like this? I'm calling the police. Go on. I'm leaving.
The police were called by Michael's partner
Apologies, everyone.
so that she could be removed from that property with the children to a place of safety.
Becky fled from the pub to the flat she rented in Downham Market.
Michael tried to get her attention, but she didn't answer the door that night. And it was a day or two later that they finally got together, and then the relationship resumed from there.
Michael's partner took their children back to Ireland, where she came from, leaving Becky, now 27, with a man more than 20 years older than her, whom she barely knew.
We don't know a huge amount about Michael, other than he was born and raised in the Kent area. He had a number of brothers and sisters, but never seemed to be particularly close with them.
Michael, who was brought up in the town of Swanley, had a troubled childhood. His father died when he was young.
Michael left home at a reasonably young age to go out and find his way in the world, and moved from one pub to another. He would flit from job to job.
Now he was at the Dray and Horses, where Becky decided to throw in her lot with him.
Hey, that was great, wasn't it? Well, how busy were we?
It was good.
She ditched her job as a dental nurse and moved in. She had a new man, and she was about to make her dream career a reality. Or so she thought. Mother's Day 2009. At the Dray and Horses pub at Totten Hill in Norfolk, Becky Thorpe, aged 27, and her new partner, Michael Tucker, are preparing for some special guests.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Michael, can we just take the flowers, please, and put them on the table? Make sure they're going to go when my mum's sitting.
Becky's parents knew nothing of the showdown when Michael's former partner discovered he and Becky were having an affair. She walked out, taking their 2 children to Ireland.
Hi. Perfect timing. Everything's ready. Come in.
We went along, and that was when we first met Michael.
This is Mike.
Lovely to meet you. Come on through.
Michael seemed a very pleasant gentleman. He could hold conversation with basically anybody on almost any subject. It wasn't until later that we did begin to realise that things were a bit more than just a business relationship.
Then, in the village of Snettisham, a few miles away, the tenancy of another pub, the Compasses Inn, came free. It had been empty for 12 months. At the time of filming for this programme, it was undergoing restoration.
So much space.
Mm-hmm.
The kitchen. It's tempting.
It's seriously tempting, yeah.
I think the Compasses to Becky was a fresh start. She wanted something that was her own, rather than stay at the Dray and Horses, where Michael was with his previous partner and the children.
They took the tenancy, spent several weeks restoring the pub, and held a grand opening at Easter 2009.
I think most of the local people were pleased to see that the pub was coming back to life again.
But almost immediately, it became clear something was amiss.
Michael, I could do with your help if you wouldn't mind.
I'm busy, it's fine.
We were getting vibes that things were not always as cosy as we was led to believe.
Michael?
Won't be a sec.
Becky had spoke about that Michael was drinking probably a little bit more than one should.
Michael was an alcoholic. The bottles of alcohol were secreted at different locations in his vehicle, in the garden area, and indeed around the pub.
He would drink about 10 pints a day, sometimes more, sometimes a little less.
A week after the opening, Becky received a phone call.
Hi. You're where? What do you mean you've done something stupid?
She got into the car and drove over from Snettisham to the Dray and Horses.
Michael.
He was taken into the Queen Elizabeth Hospital at King's Lynn with a suspected overdose. She never got to the bottom of why he did that.
Michael returned to the pub, where business was tough. The Compasses faced competition.
The passing trade was not great, and the village also supports 2 other public houses. So it was a little bit of an uphill struggle.
Becky was the one that did the bookkeeping. She would run the kitchen, and she would also work in the bar. Michael was drinking regularly and visiting other licensed premises other than the one he was meant to be running. That in itself was causing financial problems.
Yes. Yeah. I'm on my way. Yeah, I'll be there.
It got to a point where there were bills that couldn't be paid. There were suppliers that refused to supply alcohol to the pub unless they were paid cash in advance.
Becky held back from investing all the money she'd received at Industrial Tribunal.
There was some friction that Michael was probably aware that Becky had probably still got a little bit more money put by. And he would like to have made use of it.
But outwardly, Becky and Michael's relationship appeared to be weathering the challenges.
He's got a story, you know. But he's entertained. Oh, guys. Bex, how you doing?
Yeah, good, busy.
All mine. Yeah. All mine. And she's beautiful.
He was very open in his affection for her.
Yeah.
All right.
Bex, kiss.
He would hug her and kiss her in front of customers, sometimes to the point where it became uncomfortable for those customers.
Here's your Bex.
Michael's devotedness intensified, became controlling.
Come on for yourself.
Michael was very possessive with Becky.
Don't get your hopes up, mate. This one is mine, aren't you? Yeah.
He saw her, even just talking with a male customer, he would kiss her in front of that customer in a way of saying, look, this is my property, keep your hands off. He didn't want her going out with her friends. He would get her to stay at the pub and work at the pub.
But for Becky, that was a non-starter.
Hey, where are you going?
Hockey?
You're joking, I need you here.
Bye.
She didn't appreciate being dominated in any way. I think if Rebecca was being controlled or tried to be controlled by Michael, and she would very firmly put Michael in his place.
Early that summer of 2009, Michael once again did something which startled and upset Becky.
Just going to nip out, get some bread and milk, yeah?
Okay.
Michael told Becky that he was going to the local shop. But he, in fact, disappeared for some 3 weeks without any notice to Becky, without telling her where he was going.
Becky tried repeatedly to contact him, but without success. In the end, she reported him missing.
And then after 3 weeks, he attended a police station in London. And then she drove down to London and picked him up.
Where the hell have you been?
He initially told her that he had gone to rehab during that time, but the details that he had given her, we researched and found no such premises existed.
It's thought Michael actually went to Ireland, where his former partner and 2 children were living.
You get mine, will you? I'll have a glass of wine. See you in a sec.
In August 2009, it was Michael's turn for a shock.
A local woman went to the Compasses with her partner of that time, and confronted Michael.
Can I have a quick word?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. It's about Becky and my partner. I found texts from her on his phone. A lot of them.
The woman had come to the pub with her partner when it first opened. It's alleged that after that time, her partner had frequently returned alone. There's no independent evidence that what the woman feared was actually true.
Well, look at them.
Listen.
I think they're having an affair.
If I thought they were having an affair, they've got a gun upstairs. I'd blow their heads off. You'd find him at the bottom of Hunstanton Cliffs.
That same month, August 2009, something happened that was to stretch the relationship between Becky and Michael to breaking point.
Becky had gone up to bed after a shift in the pub. Michael was due to follow her upstairs.
Mike?
He kicked a chair away and then was momentarily hanging by the neck with a rope.
The rope gave way.
Mike! Oh, what have you done?
Becky later reported it had been nailed to a beam, but wouldn't have supported a loaf of bread.
I can't cope with this anymore, Mike.
Whether he was waiting for her to come in order to do that so that it looked as if he was trying to commit suicide, or whether he was actually doing that not knowing she was coming down the corridor, I'm inclined to go with the former.
Once again, Michael was taken to Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn.
Michael actually claimed that he and Becky had been having sexual intercourse and that it was an experiment that had gone wrong. And in fact, it was some sort of sexual gratification, the fact that he was hanging and had a rope around his neck at that time, which is something that Becky denied.
From hospital, he deluged Becky with texts and calls, asking her not to end the relationship. In the end, she relented.
She had an investment both emotionally and financially within the Compasses and still had that dream of making a complete success. She decided to go back and try and make a go of it.
Things seemed then to become calmer. Though there's some evidence, uncovered only after tragic and momentous events about to unfold, that Michael and Becky were sleeping separately. Some rooms were developed for bed and breakfast customers, some were for staff only. Becky's makeup and personal belongings were found in a rental room. But just before Valentine's Day in February 2010, when she went to visit her parents, she seemed happy.
Hiya, Dad, you all right? Get along? Yeah.
She got some ideas for the summer. She got 1 or 2 plans for fundraising events with barbecues and the such like in the beer garden.
Yeah, happy at the moment. It's all going okay. You and Mum?
The exact date of what happened next isn't clear. Some reports say March the 9th, 2010. On March the 10th, Becky was said to have signed a receipt for a customer, but with no warning, she disappeared. Michael was left running the pub on his own.
And how's the lovely lady?
She's not working at all. She'll be all right in a few days, I reckon.
On March the 13th, 2010, Michael employed 2 new barmen. On Saturday, March the 20th, they arrived to open up.
What's going on? Michael just texted me. We're closed until Monday.
He was going to spend some time with Becky, but he would return on Monday morning.
But Michael wasn't at the pub on Monday morning. Instead, after the barman opened up, and without giving an explanation, Michael sent a text asking them to get the local police to call him.
The officer tried dialing Michael's number but got no reply. So that particular incident was logged to follow up at a later time.
The following day, Tuesday, March the 23rd, 2010, a woman arrived at the pub in a state of anxiety. Later events would show she had a relationship with Michael which went beyond that between customer and publican.
I've just received this.
She, too, had received text messages, but the contents of hers were devastating. The barman flagged down a passing off-duty policeman. In an outbuilding behind the pub, Becky's true fate was revealed. She was dead, and Michael had disappeared.
Of March 2010. A body has been found at Snettisham, West Norfolk. Police have sealed off a section of the village.
Because I was still in a half sleep, I didn't sort of register too much, and thought, oh dear, how tragic, and left it at that.
The body is believed to be that of a young woman.
Something just struck a chord with me that something wasn't all well. And I'd got the telephone number of the detective constable that's actually a family friend. He said, well, stay exactly where you are and I will be with you in 10 minutes.
The previous day, Peter's 29-year-old daughter, Becky, landlady of the Compasses Inn at Snettisham in Norfolk, had been found dead in an outbuilding. Wrapped in a duvet and plastic sheeting, bound with duct tape, her body lay deep frozen in a chest freezer.
When something catastrophic has happened, your body and your brain seems to know what needs to be done. But your emotions just go completely out the window.
A lot had already happened in what had become a rapidly unfolding investigation.
There are a lot of things to manage immediately. There's the concern of the forensic examination of the scene. Normally we would look to instigate a forensic post-mortem. However, because Becky was frozen, we had to wait several days for her body to thaw before we could carry that process out.
A priority was to find Michael Tucker, Becky's 50-year-old business partner and lover. He'd vanished, but not without trace. Police already knew that since the Saturday he disappeared, he'd been sending texts, not just to his barman, but to the woman who had led them to Becky's body.
It's not your fault. I've made a mistake.
What's wrong?
I've done something wrong, and it'll be on telly next week.
She'd kept hoping he'd turn up at the pub.
Is Michael around?
He's not, I'm afraid.
Have you heard anything from him? What's going on? Whatever it is, tell me. I can help.
He didn't reply until the following day.
Even for murder? I think not. Let me know. It's Bex.
He then wrote the text which sent her running to the pub, effectively a full confession, which led to a passing policeman being summoned. The text was explicit.
Beck's body in freezes, meaning the freezer, in shed.
Don't go near the shed. Just get yourself a good drink. Let the police deal with her. I will give myself up in Swanley, Kent, once I see my mum for the last time and visit Dad's grave.
Which is right beside the police station, and he signs that with a kiss.
The woman received a further text.
Oh, God. He says he's going to kill himself.
With the body found, and despite Michael's confession, police began the painstaking process of building a detailed case against him.
I drove straight over there to see for myself, suited and booted what we had, and then make decisions about what should happen.
Because the body was frozen, there was no danger of contamination from fluids. forensic scientists unwrapped Becky and bagged her head, hands and feet.
I asked a Home Office forensic pathologist to look at Becky to try and give us an indication of cause of death. His opinion was that there was a gun wound, if you like, in her head that had probably caused death, but he wouldn't be able to confirm until he conducted the post-mortem.
The body was taken by undertaker to Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn and placed in the mortuary. Police didn't yet know about Michael's past suicide attempts, but as a killer on the run and as a potential danger to himself, it was vital he be found fast.
There was always a possibility that Michael might try to take his own life. One of my sergeants is a hostage negotiator. I asked him, with those skills, to try to establish a rapport and a contact with Michael.
At 13 minutes past 8 that evening, the negotiator got through to his mobile.
I know you know what I've done, right? But I loved her. I loved her. I couldn't be without her. I feel like hanging myself. I can't go.
He repeated his promise to hand himself in at Swanley in Kent.
He was brought up as a young child in that area. He had family still living in that area, so it added credence to his suggestion that he would hand himself in at Swanley Police Station.
Subsequent analysis of CCTV footage did indeed show Michael's car heading over the Dartford Bridge towards Swanley shortly after he'd left Norfolk, but in fact he then headed to Hampshire. His car was later found outside a hotel in Hook where he'd stayed. He left the town by train. But now, by analysing information from phone masts, police picked up on the trail. The data revealed Michael was using his mobile on the Isle of Wight. It emerged later he'd travelled across to the island as a foot passenger.
From the telephone data, and you can't establish exactly where that person is, what we tend to do is try and identify an anchor point that he may have previously in his life, something that would give him a reason to go back to that location.
They could find no anchor point. But the phone mast data indicated Michael had used his phone in the area of the linked towns of Shanklin and Sandown. While officers and a Coast Guard team scoured clifftops and the beach, police used their local island watch to spread news of Michael's presence. At a hotel on Victoria Road in Sandown, the owners recalled a man who checked in that morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
He'd used the name Michael Tyler, not Tucker.
Do you know the island well?
I hope to soon. Just sold a pub, actually, that I had with my partner. And I'm thinking about using the money to buy one around here, maybe.
It's just up these stairs.
He said he was from the Queen Victoria pub in Snettisham, not the Compasses. But he did match the description. One of the owners dialed 999. At 10:10 that night, the negotiator again got through to Michael.
No, I can't talk. Call me in an hour.
A police response unit was already on its way.
This is room 12. Police, open up!
When they got to the room, there was a key in the other side of the door, so they were unable to get in.
There was sounds of movement and running water behind the closed door that could possibly indicate that Michael was causing harm to himself. They then made the decision to break into the room.
Right, lots of going. Wait! Put your hands on your head! Put your hands on your head! Are you Michael Tucker? Michael Tucker, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Rebecca
It's not
Thorpe.
suspicion. I've already admitted it. It's not suspicion.
He looked unsteady on his feet, so they sat him down.
Okay, Michael, take a seat. Take a seat. Now it's just steady. Now it's just steady. Okay, it's there. Yeah. Look. Suicide note.
He claimed that he suffered from angina, and they called an ambulance.
While in hospital in Newport, Michael was not technically in custody. But discharged from hospital 2 days later, Police and criminal evidence rules meant investigators had a race against time to get him back to Norfolk for questioning.
We had to take control of him and then bring him back to Norfolk within 24 hours. Obviously there's problems because there's ferries involved and, you know, travelling sort of halfway across the country.
An interview room was arranged at the police station closest to the Norfolk border, Thetford.
When I first came across Michael, it was in the interview room at Thetford Police Station, and he presented as a very small, upset, quiet, almost a reclusive man, very, very quietly spoken, very, very upset about the circumstances that he had found himself in.
As he gave an account of the last day of Becky's life, he made no attempt to deny killing her.
He described a day starting quite normally. They had served customers after lunchtime. They had gone to bed. They had actually had sex in the afternoon.
He said by the end of that evening he'd had 10 pints to drink, but didn't attribute to alcohol what he claimed happened next. Becky had gone up ahead to have a bath.
You coming in?
Just a couple of minutes. I'm going to iron a shirt, all right?
Everything is absolutely fine. He goes through after finishing ironing his shirt and sits on a step.
We have only Michael's graphic account of what followed. He claimed that after simmering for months, tensions over his ex-partner exploded. She'd left him, taking their 2 children to Ireland on learning of his affair with Becky. Police believe Michael may have visited Ireland when he'd disappeared for 3 weeks in 2009.
I've been thinking, Michael. I don't want you to see them again.
Sorry?
In Michael's version of the conversation he said took place, Becky told him he could no longer see his children.
Where's this come from?
From me. Decide, Michael. Be a man. If you know what it means to be a man.
Michael described Becky as speaking with hatred and sarcasm. He had had a vasectomy. He told police that as tensions mounted, he asked why Becky needed to be on the pill.
Yeah. How come you're on the pill, yet you know I've had the snip?
In a final showdown, Michael claimed Becky admitted sleeping with another man and said she'd be better off with him.
If I have slept with him, stay on my head.
This is the account of a man trying to claim he was provoked into murder, and police never found any evidence that Becky had had an affair. All that's known for certain is that Becky was in the bath and a gun was in a bedroom. He told police Becky didn't make a sound. Her head just tilted to one side. Michael dropped the gun at his feet. There was no question. Becky was dead.
Michael's account was fairly straightforward. When the interview team started to go into more detail around that, he then tried to minimise what he had done, so he started to say that he hadn't meant to do it. And that was something that we had to sort of disprove.
Michael told police he'd spent that night head in hands on the step.
The following day, he then opened up the pub, as he normally would. He said that he periodically checked on her over a period of 2 days while she lay in the bath. He left her in the bath, and the water obviously went cold thereafter.
After a couple of days, he obviously realised that he needed to move her.
He then emptied the bath and took her from the bath and put her and wrapped her into a duvet.
He then bound the duvet in plastic sheeting from a new mattress using silver duct tape.
He then took her downstairs out of the back of the pub. He emptied a chest freezer of items that were in that.
He lowered Becky into the freezer and placed 3 empty beer kegs on the lid.
The gun's under the mattress in the room on the left.
The gun was wrapped in a thick sort of duct tape. That was similar to the tape that had been used to sort of bind Becky in the duvet. We were able to find fingerprints from Michael on the inside of the duct tape.
Michael had used a 410 garden gun, which is not a particularly powerful gun. It's usually used for shooting vermin, rabbits, that sort of thing. But it will certainly make a bang. But it would appear that nobody actually heard that at the relevant time.
Forensic scientists found traces of blood in the bathroom, along with evidence of extensive cleaning. Michael was adamant the gun had gone off by accident.
I don't know if I wanted to scare her with it and walk away. I don't know, because it went off. I didn't deliberately set out to kill her.
Police wanted to prove this was not a gun which could easily be fired by accident, with an over-delicate or faulty hair trigger.
We had the ballistics expert test the gun. It was established that a definite pressure would have to be applied. It wasn't a hair trigger.
Michael claimed he'd been sitting on the bathroom step and had fired from the hip.
The ballistics expert was asked to establish how far the gun was from Becky's head when it was fired. Using the size of the hole created by the shot from the shotgun, he came up with a distance of between 18 and 30 inches.
A short distance which reinforced detectives' belief the killing was deliberate.
Michael knew exactly what he was doing that night when he took the decision to leave the step, pick up the gun, go through those 4 different stages of loading, closing, cocking, and pulling the trigger. He knew what he was doing that night.
Becky was laying in the bath facing the other direction if they were having an argument. She was not offering him any sort of threat. She was defenceless laying in the bath. I think he felt it was in his interest to build himself up as the sad, but upon discarded sort of lover, really.
But if Michael ever did consider using that as an excuse in court, evidence was to come to light which would dramatically undermine such a defence. Michael Tucker, 50-year-old landlord of the Compasses Inn at Snettisham in Norfolk, had been arrested for the murder of 28-year-old Becky Thorpe, his lover, with whom he ran the business. Her body had been found in a freezer behind the pub.
Michael had admitted killing Becky, but was trying to claim that it was unintentional. And it was important from this stage to prove that he had made a conscious decision and carried that decision through.
Inquiries were shedding new light on his relationship with Becky, over whom he'd been extremely possessive. He told police that the night he'd shot her, he'd become incensed when Becky said she'd be better off with another man. But whilst there was no evidence he had had an affair, it became clear his attentions had not been focused purely on Becky.
Michael himself was quite keen on pursuing ladies throughout his relationship with Becky.
Police learned the woman Michael texted revealing where he'd hidden Becky's body had previously sent him a love letter and given him a phone so he could contact her secretly. She'd been warned off by Becky. When she heard Becky had disappeared, she assumed Michael was single.
Hello.
Man.
Within a day, she had returned to the pub and they had sexual intercourse in one of the rooms upstairs in the pub whilst Becky was lying outside in the freezer.
Shortly after the killing, Michael also met his ex-partner at Birmingham Airport, minus their children.
He was actually portraying himself to others as being in a relationship with his ex-partner, very much a couple.
Having established that he was someone who would have relationships with other women, somewhat contradicts what he says and sort of goes to show his own manipulative nature, goes to show that he was in charge of what was happening and that what he had done was commit murder.
In one letter before his arrest, Michael wrote,
Can't live with myself. All I want to do now is die. I just lost all self-control. What kind of animal am I to be able to do this?
At 10 p.m. on March the 26th, 2010, 17 days after the likely date of the killing, Michael was charged with murder. On May the 16th, 2011, his trial began at Norwich Crown Court. Michael denied murder, but admitted manslaughter on the grounds of provocation. He claimed it had not been a deliberate, premeditated act. The defence said he had an alcohol problem and had been depressed. He gave no evidence. Becky's brother and father were there.
I don't know how to describe that feeling. You sit there looking eyeball to eyeball to the person that's wiped out the life of your daughter. It's a combination of anger, the thought that somebody else can take something that's very precious from us. Every time we made or tried to make eye contact across the courtroom, Michael did not want to reciprocate in any way.
The judge told the jury they needed to decide whether Michael had had a sudden temporary loss of control when Becky had allegedly said he couldn't see his children and that she was sleeping with another man. After just 45 minutes of deliberation, the jury rejected that possibility and convicted Michael of murder. On the 24th of May 2011, he was sentenced to a minimum of 26 years in jail.
I thought, great, we've got the best result we possibly could have got.
But Michael appealed against sentence. At the Court of Appeal in London, his defence argued the original judge had wrongly lumped this killing with executions carried out by gangs who shoot victims in the back of the head. The court agreed, and in December 2011 reduced the minimum amount Michael must serve to 22 years. For Becky's family, it was a bitter blow to add to the pain of her killing.
Because this was not a gangland killing, they decided that the judgment was too harsh, that the sentence would be reduced by 4 years. Where's the justice in that? I feel that the justice system has failed my daughter. What we miss from Rebecca is that breezing in, laughing a joke, and always wanting to know what's been going on back at home, and family to a certain degree has broken up. And we shall never be able to patch over those cracks.
Can there be an encounter more devastating than that between victim and killer. Can there be a killer who truly believes such a terrible act can be without repercussion?
As every hour passed, it just felt worse and worse and worse. You just have this feeling that something is badly wrong.
This was a killer who hoped the victim would never be found, who masked truth in a smokescreen of lies.
This is a case that will continue to haunt me because there are still unanswered questions that gnaw at me to this day.
Questions at the heart of the crime itself and over the recklessness which followed.
What a sad way to end. They destroyed parts of our lives and they destroyed my ability to say goodbye.
In over 2 decades of working as a detective, this was the most callous murder I had ever been engaged on.
But a smokescreen may be blown aside by relentless investigation and the killer's own greed, exposing a path towards justice and a life behind bars. Trowbridge, a small town in a peaceful corner of Wiltshire, close to the Somerset border. Once there were 2,000 woolen mills here, and at its peak of prosperity it was known as the Manchester of the West, and in 1889 became county town. But lately, times have been harder. It's 2008, and Antonietta Guarino, who's lived here since 1996, has also fallen on difficult times, though works hard not to show it.
Buongiorno, Don. I am bringing you the sunshine.
Mum was larger than life, really. She'd come into a room and you knew about it.
She had to retire early, in her 50s, suffering from rheumatoid arthritis and depression.
And how is young Jack doing?
Oh, the boy's doing good.
She was a very warm and loving person. She was always thinking about others.
Antonietta Guarino was born in Italy in 1947, one of 7 children. When she was 18, she met and married a man, Luigi, who brought her to England where he'd been living.
Però andrà tutto bene, giusto?
She spoke no English, but they took evening classes. Whilst he worked in a factory, Antonietta took jobs cleaning and ironing and became a care assistant for the elderly.
She had loads of jobs. Crazy lady. She loved it, she never complained.
They settled at Chertsey in Surrey and soon had a small family.
I felt it was a very normal childhood, but on reflection, I realised that it was a little bit different because, my mum was a young woman. She was in her 20s when I was a child. We ate different food from everybody else and we did different things at the weekend. But I had a happy childhood and my mum was a good mum.
But as a couple, Antonietta and Luigi grew apart.
Well, Mum and Dad got divorced when I was 18 and Mum had waited really until we'd grown up. She'd wanted the divorce and Dad was quite upset with that. But it was amicable.
Antonietta moved to Wiltshire, to a chalet bungalow on a quiet street in Trowbridge, and settled into the local community.
Let me take these.
Oh, you're very
Okay.
kind, David. Thank you.
That is heavy.
She worked once again as a carer before retiring on a meagre pension.
I'm on bread and cheese from now on.
From time to time, she boosted her income.
What's on here?
Oh, that is lovely, where everyone will see it. Oh, thank you, Don.
Perfect.
Now, fingers crossed.
She decided to rent out her upstairs bedroom. In October 2008, a 24-year-old man came with his mother to view the room.
Come in.
I'm Mark, and this is my mum.
Hello, pleased to meet you.
A little bit strange that a 24-year-old goes and views a rental with his mum, but, Mum said he was nice.
This is lovely.
Mark Riley told Antonietta he worked at Virgin Mobile in Trowbridge.
Sometimes, if you're very good, this is the front room.
Brilliant.
You like a film?
I love films.
I sometimes have them on.
My boyfriend is going to love this.
Ah, boyfriend.
Are you cool with that?
Boyfriend, cool. Boyfriend here, staying overnight, not cool.
Okay.
House rules. Strict house rules, I'm afraid. You cool with that?
Absolutely.
You sure?
Absolutely.
Mark put down a month's deposit and moved in, with the help of his mother.
he was a little bit, perhaps, not intrusive, but he spent more time with her than the other lodgers.
Are you sure you're all right with that?
That looks perfect.
Oh, that's lovely.
I like it.
He seemed to need a lot of reassurance from my mum that he was doing the right thing at the right time.
This I love. One of my favourite films. I'm watching it with my grandson.
Oh, that's nice.
You're gonna love it.
But the time they spent together was limited. Often Mark shut himself away from view. As Christmas drew near, Antonietta told friends she had misgivings.
No, I'm pretty sure. Coffee cups, that sort of thing, when I'm out.
That's not on. That's just not fair.
And I was perfectly clear about no guests being allowed.
At Christmas, Antonietta headed off to Surrey to be with her family.
Mum was excited. She loved Christmas and she'd spoil the kids and me and everybody rotten.
Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, my darling. It's for you. I expect the Santa will be bringing lots more too. Tom.
Can we take them off?
Oh, grazie.
Over Christmas and New Year, Mark Riley, back at the house in Trowbridge, rang Antonietta repeatedly.
Even I was getting a bit annoyed with this constant calling.
You're joking. You talk to him, Julie. Is it driving me mad? I can't answer it. What am I supposed to say?
Mum said to my wife, I don't know why Mark keeps ringing me. He's ringing me all the time.
He'll just be saying he's emptied the bins or something. Just say whatever you want.
On the 3rd of January, Antonietta set off for home in Trowbridge.
Lovely to see you. Grazie. Cara per tutto. It's been a wonderful. Oh, my little princess. Ciao, Nonna. Oh, I'll miss you so much. Bye-bye, Mr. Snowman.
It was to be the last time that they would see each other. Antonietta Guarino, 61-year-old divorcee, had returned to her bungalow at Trowbridge in Wiltshire after spending Christmas with her family in Surrey. It was January the 3rd, 2009, and at 4 o'clock she phoned her daughter to say she'd got back safely.
Everything is fine.
Well, it was so lovely to see you.
In truth, all was not fine. Living upstairs was a lodger, 24-year-old Mark Riley. He'd been specifically told there should be no guests, particularly no overnight guests.
What if it did happen?
You have to say something.
But what if I'm wrong?
There were further concerns about Mark. He had stopped paying the rent.
Plenty of excuses.
He's really taking advantage of you.
But if I tell him to go, I maybe never see the money, you know?
Early in the new year, tensions deepened.
I promise you, the money's coming through, okay?
We had a deal.
I know, but...
What?
My boyfriend, he's in a bad place personally, and the place where he's living.
No. I told you no, Mark.
I'll pay you, okay?
Ha! Yes, well, I've seen that. No, guess. I'm not having two of you living up there.
She called me soon after and she said, I've said no, what do you think, to me? And I said to her, absolutely not. You know, you've never let couples stay before, so why would you change your mind this time?
To add to her problems, Antonietta had flu. On January the 7th, she went for a blood test relating to her osteoporosis, then put herself to bed. That evening, she called a friend and said she was unwell. He came to see her with some fruit.
You are so kind to me.
There you are.
Thank you.
How's that throat?
Still there, bad. But this help.
The following day, a friend phoned her at lunchtime. Antonietta said she wasn't well, but they'd meet up in a couple of days. But over the next 2 weeks, her family had no word from her.
It was quite a busy period and, you know, I wasn't in daily contact with my mum, but how it normally worked was mum would either speak to my sister or to my wife or to me or to my son or somebody.
And I remember going out with some friends in one evening and I said, you know, my mum is not talking to me for some bizarre reason. She's not returning any of my calls.
But on Sunday, January the 25th, at a family get-together, it became clear no one had spoken to her. Later that day, Antonietta's brother phoned from Switzerland to say he hadn't heard from her. Then a friend of Antonietta's rang to say the same thing.
At that point, I did realise something in me just snapped, and I realised there was something very, very wrong. It was quite late, and I just told my husband, I said, "You've got to phone up the police. I've had enough of this." Something in my head just said there was something really wrong.
They called the police, and Julie and her husband decided to drive to Wiltshire next morning.
My wife left a very, very stern message for Mark Riley saying, "Listen, when you get in, give us a call. We've called the police." And it must have been about 1 o'clock in the morning, and the phone rang, and it was Mark Riley on the phone.
Hello?
Hiya, it's Mark.
Right. You got the message?
I did, yeah.
Do you know where my mum is?
And there was something about the way he answered. I felt quite aggressive. I must have been a bit fired up, and I was questioning him.
Well, the last time I saw her, she was in bed, ill, and I was too. And then she got a bit better. I went round to one of her friends' house who wasn't feeling well.
My sister's coming round in the morning to pick up my mum's phone book. We're going to check with her friends, and you need to call the police, right?
No, look. I've had an idea. She's left a phone charger in the kitchen. That's why she's not been in contact with you.
It just didn't feel right at all, you know.
In fact, hours earlier, and apparently unbeknownst to Mark, police had already visited Antonietta's house.
About 9:30 on that Sunday evening, a local support officer, Pippa McVeigh, went to the address. The house was unoccupied. She made some initial look-arounds and took a look in the dustbin.
She found objects perfectly ordinary in themselves, but which didn't seem to match what Antonietta might have thrown out.
There was a set of almost brand-new saucepans thrown into the dustbin, along with some apparently fresh, clean tea towels and some boxes and so forth that she'd felt looked at her place.
As you ask, why does one get suspicious in these circumstances? Well, sometimes it's a combination of minor feelings.
She called for backup, and police entered the house through an unfastened window leading to Mark's bedroom. They saw nothing amiss, but left a note asking him to ring.
Next morning, my phone rang, and it had my mum's name on the phone. And, I had this feeling, a slight feeling of elation. I thought it was my mum. I answered the phone, and it was Mark Riley.
Mum?
Hi, it's Mark.
Oh.
Your sister still coming down?
Yeah, she's on her way.
Tell you what, you told her been here now, Tom.
Who've been?
Your mum will not be happy. I'm telling you.
What are you talking about?
Mad. Everywhere you look, it's all over the carpet and that, Tom.
Look, the police need to speak to you.
Oh, Tom, the filth. It's unbelievable.
Well, clean it then.
Next morning, Julie and her husband arrived seeking Antonietta's phone book so they could contact the friend where she might be staying.
Hiya, I'm Mark. How was your journey?
Mark greeted us.
Can I do you a cuppa?
No, I'm okay, thank you.
He'd taken the morning off work so that he could meet us.
Your mum's really nice. We've had loads of time together.
Yeah. I wasn't interested in chit-chat, and he was following me around the house and saying how nice my mum was and everything. And at the time, I was not interested. I just wanted to find her phone book.
She's been teaching me how to recycle.
Right.
We love those. We watched them together.
And it was some sort of horror films. My head was thinking my mum doesn't even like horror films. So that struck me as weird.
Antonietta's phone book had disappeared. So had her phone bills, which would have revealed useful numbers. But then Julie's husband found a birthday book. It had the friend's surname and date of birth. The police tracked down her number.
And she really was our last effort at seeing where Mum was. That was the only place Mum could be. So, and I spoke to Mum's friend, and she said, I haven't spoken to your mum for 2 weeks. And I didn't know what to think. I just thought, this is all going so wrong.
Though this was still officially a missing person inquiry, police too were starting to fear the worst.
There'd been no sight or sound of Antonietta for a considerable period of time. I considered that to be extremely worrying and suspicious, and designated this a Category A investigation. That means I was putting a lot of resources into the search for Antonietta, considering that it was likely to be a murder inquiry.
That night, January the 26th, having received no phone call from Mark Riley, police returned to the house. They noted Antonietta's car was missing. The house was empty and they forced entry. They took Antonietta's toothbrushes in case DNA was needed, her passport and her bank details, so activity on her account could be checked. They also searched the bedroom upstairs.
They knew Mark Riley was a lodger, but there was clearly clothing in the house belonging to two people, two males. And they also found a passport in the name of David Carl Burstow. Another note was left from Mark Riley, asking him to urgently make contact with the police.
The following day, Mark did call the police. He said David Carl Burstow was his lover, and he hadn't seen him for a couple of days. He said Antonietta was with a sick friend. He'd spoken to her and she'd seemed fine. Neighbours, though, told police Mark had told them Antonietta was visiting a sick grandchild in Italy. Police checked Antonietta's bank account.
An extraordinary amount of usage had been made in the preceding 2 weeks. Regular amounts of money withdrawn to the maximum withdrawal limit, together with extreme use of credit facilities to buy things through the internet.
Police checked CCTV footage of the cash machines. They saw two men taking out money. One of the men was Mark Riley. The other was the boyfriend he'd wanted to move into the house, David Carl Burstow. In total, £3,000 had gone from Antonietta's account, including daily maximum cash withdrawals of £250.
And it was on that basis that I scaled this up from a missing person inquiry to a murder inquiry.
That same day, Tuesday the 27th of January, a red Ford Fiesta pulled up outside Trowbridge Police Station. The car was being driven by David Carl Burstow, Mark's lover. Mark walked into the police station asking how he might help with the investigation. Police suddenly had a dilemma and potentially a golden opportunity.
That's Mark with a C?
Place the pair under surveillance and hope they might lead detectives to Antonietta, or arrest them and be given tightly limited time to find crucial further evidence, but with powers to search them and Antonietta's house.
Mark Riley?
I decided to arrest him there and then in the police station.
Mark Riley, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Antonietta Gorino.
Are you David Carl Burstow? Yeah. Mr. Carl Burstow, would you like to step outside the car, please?
There was an immediate indication the gambit had paid off.
Empty your pockets, please, Mark.
He was in possession of £400 in cash and Antonietta's debit card. Clearly that was significant for me and required an explanation.
I walked in the front door of my house and my wife and my sister were at the laptop computer and they were looking at the internet. It was a very short thing.
They've arrested two men. One for murder in Wiltshire.
Wiltshire's a big county and you can try and kid yourself that it's, it's not to do with you. But I knew it was to do with me and my mum.
I said, I'm just going to go outside. So I went outside and at that point my phone rang and it was my husband saying, the police are going to come down this evening and, you need to come home.
Officers said Antonietta was still officially missing and arrest on suspicion of murder merely gave them extra time to investigate. But for the family, it felt like their deepest fears were confirmed.
And I remember calling my best friend and shouting down the phone at her and saying, you won't believe what they've done to my mum. And poor girl, she was at work. And I just said, they've killed her. They've killed my mum.
Mark and David had been taken to Melksham Police Station. Both denied any knowledge of Antonietta's disappearance and were placed in different cells. Immediately after the arrest, investigators Steve Fulcher and Nick Shorten, along with forensic scientists, searched Antonietta's house.
There was nothing obvious that leapt out at you to think this was a crime scene. It was clean, it was tidy. Nothing appeared on first appearances out of place.
On the first floor, I found Mark Riley's room, which had some strange things in it, love letters written by Mark, and a range of Doctor Who memorabilia, masks and so on. And in the door, a punch mark, a hole in the door that had obviously been put there with a fist or a foot.
Then they went in the garden.
We both noticed, by a bird table which was right in the middle of the garden, what looked like fresh soil on the top of the grass. just specks of it, but this was enough to alert us that the bird table maybe had been moved and something had happened there. So between the two of us, we moved the bird table, and it was immediately apparent that there was an area of turf that had been roughly cut and had been replaced. I lifted the edge of the turf, and underneath was a small pit that had been dug in the soil.
Inside the pit, pillowcases, charred where they'd been burned and clearly blood-stained.
At that point, I think Steve and I both realised that there had indeed been a murder at this house.
It was imperative to find as much as possible, as quickly as possible, about Mark Riley and David Carburstow. It emerged Mark had been born in Birmingham in 1985, and his parents had separated when he was 6. He'd moved with his mother to Bradford-on-Avon in Wiltshire and lived with her and his stepfather, but in 2006 tensions had developed and they asked him to leave. He moved into Amber Lodge in Trowbridge, a charity-run residential refuge for young homeless and unemployed people. It was there, in early 2008, he met David Carburstow, 4 years younger than him, aged 19.
They forged a relationship, a homosexual relationship, and a sexual relationship, we understand. David previously had not been in a homosexual relationship, to our knowledge.
David was born in 1989 and lived with his mother at Harleston in Norfolk. His father died when he was 6 months old, and he was known as Little David among the 7 children in the household. In several ways, he was classed as vulnerable.
David had quite a troubled childhood and had come from an extended family. He'd been diagnosed as a child with a number of ailments, Asperger's syndrome, Tourette's, ADHD, and some other childhood problems in terms of his behaviour. He had been assessed as being a special needs child in terms of his educational needs.
Several times he left and then returned to the family home. In his mid-teens, he developed a relationship with a woman in her 30s and moved in with her for a time. But he got into trouble with the youth offending team in Norfolk, and they asked him to leave the area. David had many brushes with the law. He ended up at Amber Lodge. His relationship with Mark proved volatile. On one occasion, on a trip to meet his family in Norfolk, they visited a bar.
What's going on, Vicky? Hey, help me. Remember? Come on, lads. Here out. Get too much. Someone call the police.
The police were called and Mark was put on a train back to Trowbridge. On another occasion in April 2008, he and David were in Parkland in Wiltshire.
Oh yeah, you got something to tell me, have you?
Yeah, what's your problem?
My problem? My problem? You're my problem? Oh!
How are you doing? Come on, please hunt you, you bastard! Go on, keep working. Go on!
David did call the police, and Mark was given a police caution. That summer, the rift between the two deepened. There was heavy drug taking among friends they made at Amber Lodge. Inside the premises, a strictly enforced anti-drugs rule operated, and when drugs were found in David's room, he was evicted and the couple separated. Mark found a job at Virgin, so he too had to leave Amber Lodge, which is for the unemployed. That October, he replied to Antonietta Guarino's advert for a lodger and, once again reconciled with David, hoped for him to move in. Now, Antonietta was missing, presumed murdered, and Mark and David in police cells in Melksham were denying all knowledge. But police couldn't prove even that Antonietta was dead. No body had been found.
You know, I think the main thing that I struggled with up until we found Mum was until I had something there, until I had my mum, it still might not be true.
But everything was about to change. Police were about to discover a secret love letter. For 2 days, 2 men suspected of murdering 61-year-old Antonietta Guarino from Trowbridge in Wiltshire had denied any involvement in her disappearance. Her 24-year-old lodger, Mark Riley, and his 19-year-old lover, David Carburstow, who was classed as a vulnerable adult, were being held separately at Melksham Police Station. By now, January the 29th, 2009, a field near Antonietta's house had been scoured in vain for a body or murder weapon, and officers had searched the countryside for her car. Forensic scientists examining her kitchen, which had been cleaned to waist level, had found traces of blood spatter on the ceiling, but police still didn't have enough evidence to charge the men. Then, as they went to Chippenham magistrates to be granted extra time to detain the men, a dramatic discovery was made. On a wall in the exercise yard at Melksham Police Station, where the men were being held, an officer found a letter.
And the letter had clearly been written by Mark Riley and left on the wall in the hope that when David came to exercise, David would pick it up and read it. The letter was quite extraordinary. It professed his love for David. He said he was going to take the fall for the murder and for David not to worry, and that once he got out of prison, they could marry and live happily ever after.
When police went back to interview Mark Riley, he changed his story. Police had already established that whilst Antonietta was with her family during Christmas and New Year, David, contrary to her instructions, had moved in with Mark. This explained Mark's many phone calls to Antonietta whilst she was away.
In hindsight, he was checking on her whereabouts to make sure she wasn't on her way home.
From having no home to call their own, Mark and David suddenly had their own space.
Oh, what? Oh, you made me spill that then.
Not cleaning it up.
You worried that bugger. It's your fault.
It's your bin and you clean it.
No.
And then on the 3rd of January, my mum turns up.
It's a shirt. It's a cut. Using the cut.
From then on, David lived in secrecy.
What are you doing? What are you saying? Shut the door. You have to go the other way.
You're joking.
David was having to come and go, avoid detection from Antonietta, and secretly climb back in using the wheelie bin, getting on top of the garage and climbing in through the window each night to spend the night with Mark Riley. He didn't wash on the premises. And this went on for some days, and clearly the tension between Mark and David increased.
Now, in the wake of his letter saying he'd take the blame for the killing, Mark gave police a new account of what he finally admitted were Antonietta's last moments on January the 8th.
Me, I'm starving.
He said he'd been smoking cannabis all afternoon with David and was feeling paranoid.
I hate going down there.
I can't, can I?
He says that whilst he was downstairs about to go to the fridge, the electricity tripped for some reason when he touched something. And the lights all went out. He was fearful because of his paranoia, and he saw a shadowy figure approach him. In fear, he picked up the nearest thing to hand and struck out with it.
He said he then managed to switch the lights on. In his hand was a hammer. On the floor was Antonietta, bleeding profusely from a head injury. He then went on to describe how he and David disposed of Antonietta's body. They grabbed a shower curtain, a duvet from the spare room, and a length of cable cut from a lawnmower extension lead to bind the body.
Because of the blood that was leaking from her head, they got a pillowcase and wrapped it around her head to try and soak up some of the blood.
Mark said they loaded Antonietta's body into her Toyota Yaris car, and David drove them to Bradford-on-Avon, to a field behind Mark's mother's house.
Stop blowing.
Mark waded out into the river, up to his neck, to make sure that Antonietta was out midstream in the full flow of the current. At that point, Antonietta's body sank, and Mark returned back to the shore.
Mark said they returned to the house to continue the clean-up. Police knew part of Mark's account might be true, but every detail would need checking.
We brought in a forensic scientist who has a specialism in electrical devices to test whether or not the power could have tripped in the way he described. And he found conclusively that it couldn't. And in fact, Mark Riley's account was simply untrue.
Detectives wanted to compare Mark's story with David's, but David, classed as a vulnerable person, initially proved a difficult interviewee.
I told you, I can't remember. I got ADHD, I never remember stuff. Mark told me to do it. I'm afraid of him.
But eventually, David gave an account which differed in detail from Mark's. He said he'd been a welcome guest in Antonietta's house.
Afraid?
On the 8th of January, he said that he had seen Antonietta and had greeted her as he came through the front door.
Hi, mate.
He later admitted this was a lie. He said Mark remained downstairs, possibly doing some cleaning. David said he spent the next 3 hours upstairs watching TV. The TV flickered. Then he heard Mark.
Mate, I've done her in.
Mark said to him that they had to clean the place. He had to help Mark. He said he was fearful of Mark and felt that he had to do what Mark was telling him to do.
Oh, come on, mate. We've got to sort it.
David said he continued feeling sick because of the smell, so couldn't remember much of what happened and didn't do much to help.
We've got to get it sorted. We've got to wrap the body.
Mark, I can't handle this.
All this blood.
All this blood, I feel sick.
I'll get the shower curtain. You go and get the duvet.
Why don't you do it? Right?
There were clear discrepancies, not only between their detailed accounts, but with evidence from the forensic team. In Mark's account, he hit Antonietta only once, but blood spatter from the ceiling indicated multiple blows.
So let me get this right. You're saying you only hit her once?
Yeah.
Only once? So when we find the body, and there's more than just one blow to the head, how are you going to account for that? So because David did that.
Mark lost his temper with the interviewing officers. He threw his coffee at them. He picked up the tape machine and threw it across the interview room, narrowly missing the officers.
As we drew the accounts from Mark and David, simultaneously we were talking to witnesses, and a much clearer picture was being built of how Antonietta met her death.
Mark and David returned from the river to clean up the kitchen.
Shit.
Within moments, they changed their mind and called friends.
Yeah. See you in 10 minutes.
Cold and hungry, and with David high on drugs, they arrived at the house of their friends Steve Gurner and a girl called Laura.
All right. Shit. You all right? You all right? You all right?
No, mate, all right. Oh, it's been a mental night, I'm telling you.
Steve and Laura gave an account to police of what happened next.
Mark and David appear to have become rather peckish and ordered Domino pizzas and some chocolate indulgences to be delivered.
It's Antonietta Guarino. A-N...
It's my mom.
O-N...
Though Mark and David didn't offer an immediate explanation, it was clear something had happened.
Mate, that's proper bad.
Do you mind if I go for a bath?
Whatever.
I'm still starving. Let's go get a burger.
David and Steve set off in Antonietta's car for McDonald's. For Steve, according to his later testimony in court, there was about to be a dramatic revelation.
So, what's the story? The note wasn't that.
It's me and Mark fighting. Well, not fighting.
So?
It's probably bad, actually. We killed a landlady.
Yeah, all right.
No. I told Mark, if you love me, if you really love me, then you'll hit her with a hammer.
You're shitting me.
No. No. We did it. We dumped the body in the river. That's why there was all that mud in that.
Steve Gurner thought that David was in fact joking about the story. They went on and bought their McDonald's, and Steve Gurner saw David take from the side pocket of the door a blue polythene bag, which David told him contained the hammer that they had used to murder Antonietta. He threw that hammer into one of the bins at the side of McDonald's.
After taking back the burgers, their night wasn't over. David and Steve went out again, joyriding the car, testing its limits and smashing the number plate. By the next day, news of what David had told Steve about the murder had already spread.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
As Mark and David embarked on their spending spree, using Antonietta's credit card, buying sex toys, gay porn and an Xbox, lots of friends suddenly needed bribing for their silence.
It's a big screen in that, yeah.
Remember the TV?
Mark and David went through the house looking for items to offer as bribes. They drove the kitchen TV to a friend's house.
Look, we can't go around driving her car. Someone's going to recognise it.
Let's just dump the TV and then I'll sort it, yeah?
When Antonietta's daughter, Julie, was told about the bribes and how Mark and David had described wrapping the body, she recalled the day she visited the house, seeking phone numbers to trace her mother.
While I was there, I thought, something strange. But I didn't know what it was. And it was a shower curtain that was missing. In her little bin, waste paper bin, in her bedroom, there was 2 jewellery boxes. And there was a TV missing. Mum had always had a TV in the kitchen. There was lots of little tiny things.
David's stepbrother told police that the morning after the murder, David rang him, trying to sell him the car. David said he and Mark had been in a fight with a man the previous night.
Oh, we got carried away, right? Right, we hit him on the head with a hammer. Right, he's dead, right? But
He was very clear that he said a man, not their landlady, perhaps to vindicate his actions in attacking an old lady.
we used the car, right, to get rid of the body and dump it in the river. It's hot.
But his stepbrother said he couldn't buy the car without legal documents, which David and Mark didn't have. The following day, David and Mark tried to sell the car to a scrapyard in Trowbridge, who again refused without documentation. But the yard then did buy it from 2 people they knew, who were David and Mark's friends. But suspicious, they kept the car to one side. When they learned of the killing, they handed the vehicle to police. On January the 31st, 2009, amid mounting evidence, Mark and David were jointly charged with murder. Though their accounts of the killing itself had differed, they agreed in their description of where the body had been dumped. Both of them independently took Detective Steve Fulcher to the scene.
The deposition point that they chose was at the back of Mark Riley's parents' house. Upstream of that was a canal barge, which witnesses have told us was used by David and Mark to engage in sexual activity. So they knew the location very well.
An urgent operation was launched to find the body for the family and because it may provide crucial evidence as to how Antonietta died.
2 teams started working in conjunction with the river authorities to try and work out where we thought Antonietta potentially could have been swept from the point of her deposition. It was a major undertaking, very difficult because of the weather and very difficult because of the levels of water.
For the family, learning she'd been dumped in the River Avon added to their pain.
I hated the idea. I hated the idea of Mum being out there all on her own. It's silly to say, she couldn't swim. I know she wouldn't have been swimming anyway, but it was the one, she didn't have many fears, but water was one of her biggest fears, and she ended up in the water, all cold and all alone, and nobody was able to find her.
As the search for the body continued, police gathered further evidence. They drove Mark round Trowbridge.
Just down here on your left.
He took them to various places where he'd dumped blood-stained bedding and clothing, including a pond outside Virgin Mobile, where he worked. On a duvet cover and pillowcase, police found blood matching Antonietta's DNA taken from her toothbrush. Similar traces were found on Mark's own pillowcase and on Antonietta's car, along with her walking stick and rosary beads. Drops of blood matching David's were found below a light switch in the lounge and in the hallway. Police learned rubbish from the bin where David had dumped the hammer would have been taken to a landfill site at Compton Bassett. The owners halted operations for a fortnight while police searched, but the site is vast and the search was abandoned. Police did track down many of Antonietta's possessions which had been given away as bribes to buy silence.
A number of arrests were made and a lot of property was recovered, including most of Antonietta's jewellery.
Police discovered one of the final purchases made using Antonietta's money was the red Ford Fiesta in which David was sitting when he was arrested. Mark had bought it for him for £350 on January the 25th as a love gift. The search for Antonietta's body went on for 3 weeks.
The police dive unit was there doing that, and just long days and nights, and they really were long days and nights for me. I couldn't sleep properly, and all I thought about was, them discovering my mum's body. I just wanted her body so that I could have a funeral.
Finally, police were forced to abandon the operation. Hours later, 50 yards from the outer limit of the search, a dog walker found Antonietta's body. She was floating, feet caught below the surface in tree roots, her head still in the pillowcase. It's believed she'd been trapped, slowly spinning in the vortex of water beneath the weir at Greenland Mills.
When they brought her body out, she was covered in an inch-thick layer of silt, like a china doll. And even when she was on the bank, it wasn't clear that it was actually a body that we'd recovered. When I picked the a little corner of the silt off her, it was her flesh underneath the clay was as fresh as a living person.
What a sad way to end. You know, they destroyed her life, destroyed parts of our lives, and they destroyed my ability to say goodbye to her. To say goodbye to her. You know, but I was glad and I was relieved to have her back. You know, she was mine again. Nobody else had to touch her. I was pleased to have her back.
A post-mortem revealed Antonietta died from severe head injuries caused by at least 12 blows from a blunt instrument. This meant Mark's account of a single blow could not be the whole truth. But police believed they now had a clear picture of what happened at her house on the evening of January the 8th. Prison, Bristol. New home as he awaited trial to 24-year-old Mark Riley, former lodger of Antonietta Guarino, whom he was accused of murdering. Gloucester Prison. Home in a young offenders section to Mark's boyfriend, David Carr-Burstow, who'd moved in with Mark against Antonietta's strict instructions. Both had been remanded in custody by Chippenham magistrates on the 2nd of February 2009. Police had now put together their version of events which led to the killing at Antonietta's bungalow in Trowbridge on the 8th of January. They took into account injuries to the knuckles of Mark and David, damage to 2 doors, forensic evidence and testimony about what David had said to others. But it was what David himself told police that revealed tensions which investigators believe led to tragedy. Since Antonietta had returned after Christmas 2008, he'd been cooped up in Mark's bedroom for 5 days. He told police that afternoon he and Mark had a row over sex.
Mark,
sit here.
Oh, not tonight, David.
Mark, sit here.
David, I've been working all day.
We have to bear in mind at this time that Antonietta was sick and ill in her bed downstairs.
What's the point in buying all those sex toys, right?
I'm really tired, David.
Right, well, I'm leaving.
Shut up. She'll hear you.
You don't love me, yeah? Yeah? Just say it.
I do love you, David, but she'll hear you.
That's all you care about, yeah? It's her. If you don't love me, if you don't want me, forget it.
David! Open the door, David! David! It's not your concern, you! David! I do love you! Don't you worry! I'm leaving! Both of you! Get out of the house!
I think the 2 men, Mark and David, then went back to Mark's bedroom.
Police base what they believe happened next on what David told Steve Gurner in the car on the night of the killing. David said to Steve he told Mark to prove his love by going downstairs and attacking Antonietta with a hammer. But David is a vulnerable adult. In the event, what he may or may not have said in conversations with Steve and his stepbrother, conversations he later denied having, was not believed by the jury to be sufficient evidence to connect him in any way to the murder. There remains a black hole over the details of how Antonietta met her death. David claims the first he knew of her murder was when Mark called him downstairs to the kitchen. 7 months after the murder, at Bristol Crown Court, Mark pleaded guilty to murder and obstructing the coroner by not revealing what had happened to the body. He was therefore never cross-examined and refused even to leave his cell for any part of the trial. David admitted obstructing the coroner, but denied murder. He said he was in fear of Mark. It had been an inconvenience having Antonietta return to the house where he and Mark had been living freely, and he was upstairs when the attack happened. he denied telling Mark to hit Antonietta with the hammer. Mark was jailed for 21 years. David was found not guilty of murder and, to the family's horror, was jailed for just 4 years.
Mark didn't even have the decency to show any level of remorse, to come up and hear what he was being sentenced to. David Carburster, what he did was awful. What he got sentenced was nothing. Disappointed. Absolutely disappointed.
I don't know the truth. I don't know what happened in my mum's kitchen because there was only 3 people that know, and one's dead and the other 2 aren't saying.
We respect that verdict, obviously, but it leaves so many unanswered questions. How did those blows come to be rained on Antonietta's head? If Mark insists that he only hit her once, how did that happen? There are so many unanswered questions.
Sometimes I get to a stage where I think, oh, you know, I haven't done something, or I'm you know, feeling a little bit lost, and then I remember what it is. I think I haven't spoken to my mum. And, you know, and I'll never, and, you know, that eats away at me. Not only the way that she got deposited in the river, and, you know, but the fact that I can never hear her voice, never speak to her again. And for, you know, for a little bit of money.
Kevin Rossington said goodnight to their youngest son, 21-year-old Sean.
Be safe, keep out of trouble. Mum and Dad gone to bed and left Sean on the computer. Quite a normal evening, really, for them.
But when the couple woke up the next morning, their son's bed had not been slept in. Sean had left the house during the night.
I just can't understand why he went out, because he was scared of the dark. He slept with a light on. It's totally out of character for Sean to go out.
Something or someone had tempted Sean out into the darkness.
Sean had been lured out of the house that night, but we didn't know why. We didn't know where he was going, and we didn't know who he was going to meet.
Sean's decision to venture into the night resulted in a catastrophic crime.
I don't think any of us can really begin to imagine the horror that he would have faced.
Ambulance, please.
Lincoln, the picturesque historic city in the Midlands, dominated by its beautiful cathedral. In one of its leafy suburbs, Sharon and Kevin Rossington started their family. First came Chris, and then 2.5 years later, their youngest son, Sean, was born in 1988.
He was a happy-go-lucky child. He loved cars, he loved garages and learning to ride a bike.
When Sean was just a toddler, like many other children, he developed chickenpox. But Sean responded to the illness badly. His temperature escalated and he had a fit.
I remember picking him up out of his cot bed and he was really like limp and, you know, a bit frothing at the mouth and his eyes rolling slightly. I can remember jumping across the top of the landing to the bathroom to cool him down because he was really on fire.
Sean's parents believe the fit he suffered at the age of 2.5 affected his mental development.
He was very subdued and, yeah, very different and, you know, not his usual self at all. He was diagnosed then as having moderate learning difficulties with autism traits. He used to say, "Mum, I don't know, I can't understand how to do this." He didn't like it very much. He was totally aware that people did things different to him sometimes.
Physically, Sean was advanced, and when he became a teenager, he grew very tall.
As he developed into 14, 15, he just shot up. We used to say to him, it's like you've been put in a grow bag and you've just flourished and grown into this big tree, you know, you're so tall.
Sean became known as the gentle giant. But although he now looked like a man, in many ways, even as he grew older, he remained a child.
I know it's strange to look at somebody of his stature and think, there's a big guy, he can't be afraid of the dark, and he didn't like it.
Hi, Doctor. Hi. Lovely to see you. Okay, take a seat.
At the age of 17, Sean met with a psychiatrist about his learning difficulties. The psychiatrist's report stated Sean was a vulnerable and gullible young man. 3 years later, in 2009, he received an additional diagnosis.
And Sean is suffering from Asperger's syndrome.
As well as concluding that Sean had Asperger's syndrome, the psychiatrist reported that he was naive and found it difficult to interact, both socially and emotionally.
I'd be very worried about him because I knew how gullible and naive he was, and I was always trying to keep an eye out to make sure that people weren't taking advantage of him because he was quite easily led.
It's much better, eh? Cheers, mate.
If someone was to say to him, oh, because you're 21, Sean, and they were younger, well, you know, for example, will you go in this shop and purchase some alcohol for us? He probably would do that for them as well, because he wouldn't see the consequences of his actions. He wanted to be like other people, and I think he would make stories up like, you know, probably that he had a job.
Oh, you got a job, where's that? Yeah, it's a shop down the road.
I think sometimes if people would say, can you lend me some money, he'd probably say, well, I can when I get paid, but, you know, obviously we knew he didn't have a job.
In 2009, Sean met someone who accepted him for who he really was. He started a relationship with a 19-year-old girl who lived in Lincoln.
He made him feel more normal, like his friends, but he tended to be quite happy, you know, to tell people he'd got a girlfriend. We were always happy that, you know, Sean began to grow up a little bit, basically, and have a little bit more independence.
And Sean seemed to be finding his feet. He loved football, and in 2010 had started going to the gym with a neighbour.
We used to shout out his bedroom window, actually, to his friend who lives next door but one. Are you going to the gym tonight, Lee? He used to say, you know, and he'll say, yeah, Sean, buddy, come round. And he said, all right, Nate, I'll be round. So, but he, you know, he looked forward to stuff like that, he did.
Nice and deep. And up.
And he was quite fit, really, to say he smoked.
Hi, son.
On the evening of the 2nd of June 2010, Sean went to the gym as usual before heading home and spending time with his mum and dad.
It was just really like an average Wednesday evening for us. I can remember my husband coming to bed and him saying to Sean, be good, keep out of trouble, see you tomorrow.
The Rossington family could never have imagined that less than 24 hours later, their world would be torn apart and changed forever.
See you tomorrow, love. You know.
On the evening of the 2nd of June 2010, as Sharon and Kevin Rossington headed upstairs to bed, they left their youngest son Sean playing on his computer.
Oh, Sean, be safe, keep out of trouble. Good night.
21-year-old Sean suffered from learning difficulties and had been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome the year before. But the next morning, when Sharon went to Sean's room,
Sean, love, you're awake. Have you had a cup of tea?
there was no sign of him.
I discovered Sean's bed's not been slept in. What we initially thought he'd gone next door but one to his friends and stayed there for the night. Just in the back of our mind thinking that we'll hear from him soon, he'll ring up.
Sean's mum and dad suspected he had gone to see a neighbour late at night and fallen asleep at their house, which is something he had done a couple of times before.
As soon as I hear something, I'll give you a call.
Promise me, won't you? Because you know I'll worry.
Don't worry about it.
Throughout the morning, there was no word from Sean.
In the back of my mind, whilst I was at work all that morning, I was, I must, when I get my break, ring him and see if he's all right.
But at 1 p.m, before Sharon had been able to start trying to track down her son, someone arrived to see her at work.
I just looked up and, hello, you Sharon Rossington, can we speak with you? And I'm like thinking, you're going to tell me something bad?
It was Family Liaison Officer Diane Squires from Lincoln Police.
She was initially shocked, couldn't understand what we were saying, and then completely distraught.
I had to listen to it that many times to even make sense of it, you know, what they were telling me. I just couldn't believe it.
A body had been discovered in the early hours of the 3rd of June 2010.
What's that? Someone on the grass over there.
Ambulance, please. I think we've just found a dead body.
Initial investigations led the police to believe they'd found Sharon's son, Sean.
There's blood everywhere.
A 999 call was made at 4 that morning by a 16-year-old female telling the ambulance staff that she had come across the body of a male.
His pulse. It's really cold.
He was laying face down on the grassed area in a field just outside of Lincoln.
We're near like the junction. Hurry up. Yeah, hurry up, please. I don't know what to do.
The ambulance arrived at the field and found the young female who'd made the telephone call, along with 3 friends. They examined the body of the male on the ground and pronounced him dead at 4:15 hours that morning. The police attended shortly after the arrival of the ambulance staff and secured the scene and took the details of the 4 friends who were present. And they told them to return to the home address so they could visit them at a later date with a view to taking witness statements from them. Those 4 friends were potentially very important witnesses to the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
At first, it had proved difficult to identify the body.
There was no wallet, no mobile phone, no house keys. The only thing there was a gym fob with a number on it. Of course, inquiries could be made later with the gym, but at 4 o'clock in the morning, the gym was closed.
Sean was a physically fit and healthy young man, but the police could immediately see he had suffered violent injuries. And there appeared to be a clue explaining how the 21-year-old had sustained those injuries.
One of the first things that the attending officers noticed about Sean was that he didn't have any trainers on, so he was sock feet only and no trainers even in the close proximity to him. Trainers that were assumed to be Sean's were found near the junction of Suburbia Road and Netlham Road. Whilst the officers were cordoning off this very large area of roadway, they noticed a pair of white trainers in that junction.
This led the police to consider how Sean had died.
We had a number of theories, one of which was this a road traffic accident? Was that why the trainers were in that junction? Or some other unexplained death? At that early stage, he laid face down. He hadn't been closely examined. The priorities were to secure and preserve the scene so that everything could be considered.
Whether a hit and run or not, it was clear a serious crime had happened. While the scenes of crime officers worked tirelessly, the police went to speak to the 4 young people who had raised the alarm by calling 999.
Officers visited the flat just before 5 a.m. that morning.
Did you recognise him?
The 4 persons present at the time of the 999 call were a 16-year-old girl, a 13-year-old girl, a 16-year-old male, and a male of 20. There was a young 16-year-old male also at the address at the time.
The flat was tenanted by a man called Nicholas Shelbourne, and it became apparent that the other males certainly were either living there or had been using it as a base to reside over the previous few days.
The 4 friends who'd made the 999 call seemed to be the first people to find Sean's body, and so were vital to the investigation.
And so standard practice would be to speak to them in some detail, to seize their clothing because they'd been in contact with Sean at that early stage. And in order to do that with some degree of control, they were invited to come to Lincoln Police Station.
While the young group were preparing to set off to the police station, 2 more people arrived at the flat.
Nick Shelbourne, this is my flat.
So about 10 minutes after the officers arrived, two other people came to the flat. One was the occupant, Nicholas Shelbourne, who was 26 at the time, and the other was 16-year-old Darryl Jones, who was living with Shelbourne. They'd returned to the flat and said they'd been to a nearby phone box to make a call.
The 4 witnesses, their 16-year-old friend and the 2 who'd just returned to the flat, were all invited down to the police station.
All 7 were initially asked to come to Lincoln Police Station, and the reason being, obviously you've got 4 of them who'd been in contact with Sean, and then at that stage it wasn't immediately clear whether the other 3 had been in, what level of contact they'd been in with the 4. So again, making sure that we cover all our bases when we're looking at forensic evidence. They were all asked to come down so that the forensic evidence on their clothing and on their person could be secured properly.
At the police station, officers talked to each of the 7 witnesses, including the 4 who claimed to have found Sean when he was already dead. Their statements were all very similar.
They all said they'd been at Nick's flat the previous evening.
I got back home about 8 o'clock. I had a few people at my flat, but that's usually the way anyway. I've got a few people staying there.
Nick decided that he actually wanted a pizza around 11.
None of us had credit on our phones. We got to the phone box and that was broken, so we came back.
At about 4 o'clock in the morning, Mark Jackson, who was 20, and Jordan O'Rourke, who was 16, they'd left with the 16-year-old girl and the 13-year-old girl.
I realised that I had to get some clothes from my friend's house.
Baby, what's wrong? Well, I'll walk with you. See you in a bit, mate. Yeah, bye.
We were just walking down the road and we cut across over the grass verge where we found him.
Someone on the grass over there?
And we actually stumbled upon the body, lifted the victim's head and realised that he was bleeding and covered in bruises.
I think he's dead.
And then my friend rang an ambulance, and but we knew he was dead. I think we've just found a dead body.
All 4 told us that they'd never seen him before, but they waited with him whilst the ambulance arrived before returning to Nicholas Shelbourne's flat.
The 4 of them came home and she was crying and she said she'd found a body.
So they rang the police, they were all shook up and that.
I mean, when they said that at first, I thought he was joking. Are you joking?
No, mate, I'm being serious.
As well as talking through what happened to them that night, the 7 also gave the police their clothes to be forensically tested.
It was established that obviously 4 of them had been in contact or very close proximity to the body of Sean, and then obviously they'd been back to a flat where the other 3 were. So standard practice in a case like that would be to seize the clothing. That way we secure and preserve any forensic evidence that's possible from all 7 of them.
Having helped the police, the 7 friends left the station. They appeared to be the only people who knew anything about Sean Rossington's mysterious death. But later that day, another witness contacted the police with new information.
A local 40-year-old male came forward to tell police that that morning he had in fact walked across the field and had come across the body of a male laying in the grass, who he claims at that time was still alive and breathing. This male in fact tried to rouse the person he had found on the grass.
You all right there, mate?
And considered that he was just drunk or under the influence of drugs and continued on his way to see some friends.
It seemed the witness had discovered Sean just after 2 a.m, 2 hours before he was found dead by the 4 young friends who called 999.
He returned about half an hour later and the male was still laying on the grass, and he tried to rouse him again but was unsuccessful, so left him and carried on his way home.
No one knew how Sean came to be on that field and what happened to him there. Sean was identified through his gym fob, and 9 hours after his body was discovered, Sharon Rossington was being given the tragic news that every parent dreads.
You're questioning, yourself and thinking, well, why? What? How? How could it have been Sean? You're mistaken, it's somebody else.
The Rossington family were only at the beginning of their nightmare.
We were quite confident that the male was Sean Rossington, but we still had to follow procedure and have him formally identified by his parents. So I took Sharon and Kevin to the local hospital so they could do that.
But he just didn't look like the Sean we remember. Just awful. I don't think I'll ever forget what I saw, on my son. To the day I die, it's awful.
But whilst they grieved for their loss, the Rossingtons were also stunned and confused that their youngest son had willingly left his home in the dead of night, especially as he was afraid of the dark.
Lots of questions we asked ourselves. We wanted to know, how did he get there? Did he go in someone's car? Did he walk?
We didn't know whether he'd had a drink, because he wasn't a big drinker. Alcohol didn't agree with him, so we thought maybe he's gone out and just had a drink with some friends and he's drank a little too much and his phone hurt his head. Or then we heard about the shoes being on the floor and maybe we thought he'd been hit by a car and he's injured. Or we just thought he might have been just randomly attacked.
But although the family still had lots of questions, piece by piece, the police were developing a picture of what happened that night.
From talking to his family, we know that his parents went to bed at about 11:15 the evening before, and they'd left Sean playing on his laptop downstairs in the lounge.
Be safe, keep out of trouble. Good night.
We know that Sean left home after his parents had gone to bed at 11:15, and the witness told us that he had stumbled across him after 2 o'clock that morning when he'd considered him to be a drunk lying in the field. Though the timescale had now been reduced quite considerably. The route from Sean's home address to the field where he's found is about 30 to 35 minutes long, even for a tall young man like Sean walking briskly. There are only a number of routes he could have taken to the scene, and so we started to consider the possibilities of CCTV coverage in the area to see if we could see if he'd been captured.
But there was still one central mystery. Why had Sean voluntarily left his home in the middle of the night?
This was unusual. For him to be going out at that time of day, it would have had to have been going out somewhere that he knew or to meet someone he knew. And from what we could understand was something that Sean wouldn't have done lightly.
It did appear to the investigation that Sean must have gone out to meet somebody that night, and it was important to us to try and identify who that person was. We needed to speak to them urgently to see if they could assist us in recounting the story of Sean's journey that evening.
The police believed the answer to the mystery may be hidden in Sean's computer.
We took his laptop because we knew from his mum and dad that he'd been on the computer that day. We were looking to see who he'd been interacting with, if he'd exchanged any emails or social media contact with anybody, made any plans, and probably going a bit further back to see if in fact he'd been in contact with anybody that we weren't aware of from talking to his family and close friends.
They also wanted to examine his mobile phone, but it was nowhere to be found.
Sean's phone wasn't on him, it wasn't near his body, it was missing, and as a matter of importance, we needed to find it.
And the plan was to get his phone data, his phone records, to work out who he'd been in contact with during the preceding few hours.
While the mobile phone records were sourced, the police turned their attention to how Sean had died.
Sean had suffered injuries to his face and upper body, and at the time it was difficult to ascertain how those injuries had occurred. Had he been hit in a hit-and-run accident, or whether or not he'd been viciously assaulted.
The results of the post-mortem clarified the cause of Sean's death.
After the pathology results came in, it was apparent that this wasn't an accident, that Sean had died as a result of sustaining a significant, violent physical beating.
Sean's trainers had been found in the road, which had led the police to believe he had been killed by a car. However, if Sean was not the victim of a hit and run, why were his trainers found so far away from his body?
Yeah, the trainers then became interesting when we established that this wasn't likely to be a hit and run. Why were the trainers there? Had they been put there to make it look like it was a hit and run? Or was that where Sean was assaulted and for some reason we couldn't understand, he'd had his trainers taken off?
Could whoever had removed the trainers be responsible for killing Sean?
It was clear at this stage then that Sean had been attacked. He'd been violently assaulted. This wasn't an accident. We were investigating a murder.
Sir?
Someone on the grass over there.
In the early hours of the 3rd of June 2010, Sean Rossington's body was found on a field in Lincoln. At first, police thought Sean had been hit by a car because his trainers were found in the road. But the autopsy revealed the 21-year-old who suffered from learning difficulties had been brutally beaten to death.
This was a violent and, we would say, prolonged attack on Sean.
And whoever had done this to him had really meant to hurt him.
He'd sustained dozens of injuries, kicks, punches, he'd been stamped on, he'd been hit on the head by an inanimate object.
The information that Sean had been murdered was absolutely a nightmare. It was horrible.
To be in that situation, I think he would have been absolutely terrified. He wouldn't have known what to do. He wouldn't have put up a fight at all. He just would have surrendered, basically.
Now, I can imagine him begging for his life, to be honest. He wouldn't understand what was happening to him.
The post-mortem also revealed Sean had not died immediately after the attack, and his life may have been saved if only an ambulance had been called earlier.
Sean ultimately died of asphyxiation.
We believe that Sean fell unconscious. The position he found himself in meant that his arm blocked his airways, and effectively, Sean suffocated to death.
But obviously all that was caused by the assault.
After severely beating Sean, those behind the attack were only concerned with one thing: trying to cover their tracks.
We believe that Sean had been wearing his trainers at the time of the assault, and that the offender had removed them and thrown them into the middle of the road in order to make it look like Sean had been the victim of a hit-and-run accident. This action implied that whoever assaulted Sean had known that they had killed him and had thrown the trainers into the road in order to hide that fact.
But the central mystery still remained unresolved. Why had Sean left the safety of his home in the middle of the night to meet someone who had then killed him?
House-to-house inquiries revealed a number of witnesses who had in fact been woken up during the early hours of that morning by males shouting and the sound of running. And we were able to establish that Sean had probably been attacked around about 2 o'clock that morning.
We were being told that witnesses had heard comments like, "Run, keep your head down."
One witness told us how he got up in the early hours of that morning at about 2:15 to go to the bathroom.
He'd seen a shadowy group of individuals running away. He'd heard shouting something similar to, "Leave me alone."
And he had stood and watched them until they disappeared out of view.
Who were the shadowy figures? Had they attacked and killed Sean? And why had the 21-year-old left his home in the early hours and walked 35 minutes to a remote junction in Lincoln? Sean's mobile phone records explained more than the police could ever have imagined.
We'd been unable to locate Sean Rossington's mobile phone, but we had been able to access his mobile phone records.
All right then, I'll see you in a bit. Bye.
And once we started to look at those, they changed the face of the investigation forever.
Detectives discovered that in the hour leading up to his attack at around 2 a.m, Sean was using his mobile.
It rapidly became apparent to us that the phone had been used during the course of the evening between 1:05 a.m. and 1:42. That morning there were a series of texts and phone calls, 9 texts in total and 3 voice telephone calls. The last one of those being at 1:42, and that call lasted 3 minutes, nearly 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm on my way, yeah.
Sean had spoken to someone on the telephone just 15 minutes before he was attacked. The question was, who was he talking to?
These texts and calls were all to the same number. There was no other interaction between Sean's phone and any other phone in that sort of time parameter. And that certainly led us to believe that whoever was on that phone or using that phone was the person that Sean was arranging to meet.
The answer was in the 11-digit phone number he had been speaking to, and that mobile phone number was all too familiar to the police.
Ambulance, please. I think we've just found a dead body.
It was the same mobile number that dialed 999, claiming to have stumbled across a body laid face down on the grass.
The phone number that Sean had been texting and dialing was in fact the same number belonging to the 16-year-old female who 2 hours later had phoned the ambulance. and who had claimed to have stumbled across the body of Sean Rossington.
The 16-year-old girl, who up until that point had been, to all intents and purposes, a helpful witness, that clearly was a lie. So all of a sudden, all 7 of those people who had been witnesses were suddenly being considered in a whole new light.
The 16-year-old girl and her 6 friends had all denied knowing Sean. The 7 had clearly lied to the police.
Did you recognise him?
Which begged the question, if they lied about knowing Sean, what else had they lied about?
I just went out to make a phone call, but I couldn't have my phone.
They'd said to us that they'd been at Nicholas's flat all evening, and then they'd gone out. They'd unsuccessfully gone looking for food and come straight home again. Well, what time was that? We began to ask exactly where they'd been, what time they'd been out, why, when the police were at Nicholas's flat, did the other 2 come back? Where had they been? Had they in fact been out to make a phone call? Or had they been out to hide some evidence? Were we going to find them on CCTV near the junction where the trainers were found? Everything that they'd said was now, under the microscope, was being questioned.
Convinced their story held a darker secret, the 7 friends were arrested on suspicion of Sean Rossington's murder.
That was all 7, right through from 26-year-old Nicholas Shelbourne through to the 13-year-old female.
Nicholas Shelbourne was a 26-year-old male living in a 1-bedroomed flat in Lincoln. He was unemployed. He appeared to be very immature for his age and certainly came across as having difficulties socialising with people of his own age. Mark Jackson was a 20-year-old male, unemployed, and had come from a broken home. He presented himself as a very immature young man for his age.
Jordan O'Rourke, 16 years of age, very little in the way of previous convictions, quietly spoken, on the face of it, quite an intelligent young man.
Darryl Jones was a 16-year-old male with a troubled background. His parents had divorced when he was a child and he'd been expelled from school.
A young man with convictions for violence, significant convictions, you would argue, for a man of his age.
The 16-year-old female had wanted to train as a nursery school teacher and had been described as being happy-go-lucky by family.
The 13-year-old, lots of questions asked over why a 13-year-old was out at that time of the day anyway. She had some interaction, involvement with other agencies. And then the 16-year-old male, again, no previous convictions, always portrayed as a quiet, fairly isolated individual, was living with Nick Shelbourne at the time. I think probably fair to say that he was sofa surfing.
The 16-year-old boy and the 2 girls who were arrested can't be named for legal reasons. In custody, the 7 were now suspects rather than witnesses. And as word got out about their arrest, a number of new witnesses stepped forward.
Some of these people were in fact friends of some of those that were arrested.
There's one witness in particular came forward. He'd been in the Lincoln Central Library just after midday on the 3rd, so not long after this group had left the police station, having been in as witnesses on that morning. But he'd seen Nicholas Shelbourne, Mark Jackson and the 16-year-old girl. He knew them vaguely. He then saw Darryl Jones talking to Shelbourne. He heard a sort of raised voice, if you like, interaction at Nicholas Shelbourne saying, if she doesn't keep her gob shut, everybody will find out.
The witness at the library was not the only person who approached the police with information. 16-year-old Darryl Jones's girlfriend also came forward. 2 days earlier, she had received a text from her boyfriend.
Prior to being seen by police, Jones had in fact sent a text message to his girlfriend saying, "I could be getting done for murder. I love you, baby." This raised suspicions about Jones's involvement, because if he was an innocent man, then why would he have sent such a text?
She obviously came forward with that information, and she'd also told us about other interactions that she'd had with him. Friends of hers had come forward to tell us things that they'd overheard him saying to his girlfriend. Darryl Jones had told them that it was O'Rourke who'd started it, but it was in fact himself, Darryl Jones, who'd finished it. He talked about once he'd started, he couldn't stop, which gave us a lot of insight into Jones's character.
But the witnesses weren't just claiming the suspects had confessed to attacking Sean. They also revealed the gang had described to them the great lengths they had gone to cover up their crime.
It would appear from what the witnesses were telling us that these guys were making admissions to having bleached their shoes, to disposing of clothing, to hiding bits of evidence from the police. You know, right from fairly early on in this investigation, the gloves were off as far as witnesses were concerned. People were quite happy to come and talk to the police.
Despite the damning witness accounts, the police were still hearing the same version of events they were told immediately after Sean's body was discovered.
During their initial police interviews, Nicholas Shelbourne stuck to the version of events that he'd given to the police.
Like I said, we decided we wanted pizza. None of us had any credit on our phone, so we couldn't phone from the flat. We decided to go for a walk to the phone box. We arrived at the phone box and it was broke. It was out of order, so we couldn't order the pizza. So then we wandered back to the flat.
In his witness statement, he said that the 4 others had gone out to fetch some clothing from the 16-year-old girl's house, that the group of 4 had returned and told him they'd found a body, and he continued to maintain how shocked and surprised that he was about that. Mark Jackson, again, stuck to that version of events.
And where were you at this time?
In the flat, having a few beers.
The 16-year-old female who made the 999 call, equally, she stuck to the version that the group had come up with.
I might have touched the body when I first ran over.
Darryl Jones and Jordan O'Rourke made no comment interviews throughout their initial interviews with the police.
It seemed the Gang of 7 had concocted a version of events of that evening and made a pact to stick to it. However, not all of them, it seemed, were keeping to the agreement. The 16-year-old boy and 13-year-old girl decided to tell the police what had really happened the night Sean was murdered.
Nick told us, you've got to lie to them a little bit, because if we tell the truth, we'll all end up getting done.
The fact that the 16-year-old boy and the 13-year-old girl were actually going to tell us a different version of events was a breakthrough for us, but equally it was a bit of a surprise that that they had the wherewithal, if you like, to come out under control of the rest of the group.
And when the 16-year-old boy started to talk, he presented a disturbingly different version of events to the police.
He talked about going out with the group, knowing that they were intending to meet somebody.
They were planning to give him a beating.
He talks about going onto the field, whereupon he saw Jordan O'Rourke lift a bottle and strike Sean. And he talks about seeing the others attacking Sean.
And then as soon as he fell to the ground, I ran.
The 13-year-old girl also told a very similar account, and before long, the other suspects began to change their stories.
People began to turn on one another more and more as the interview process went on.
They were all beating hell out of some bloke on the phone. No idea who it was.
Shelbourne maintained that he played no part in the actual violence.
I went running over, like trying to sort of help him. I picked him up. I got him part way up, I think.
But he ran over and pulled Darryl Jones away. Jones broke free and went back to attack Sean further.
Look, I've told you I wasn't.
The river.
Oh my God. All right. I went with him down to the field, okay?
Mark Jackson changed his account throughout the course of the interview.
All I did was kick him in the leg. I asked him to stop, okay?
And O'Rourke had said that he was not responsible for any violence.
No, I was standing back. I tried to pull the guy off him.
But there was one person in particular the group turned upon.
Darryl's a bit of a nutter. He's got a court case for GBH and stuff going on at the moment. I've been there when he's fighting. I know what he's like.
It's fair to say that Darryl Jones was named by most of the group as the main protagonist, the instigator of the violence. He was either named as a specific individual by some, or in the case of others, it was inferred that it was him.
Despite now being the prime suspect, Darryl Jones continued to answer no comment to every question the police asked him.
No comment!
Including questions about the central mystery in the murder case.
We believed that Sean had been lured out of the house that night, but we didn't know why.
How had the gentle giant been coaxed out of the safety of his home and into the dead of night? In the early hours of the 3rd of June 2010, the body of a young man had been discovered. It was that of Sean Rossington, a 21-year-old who had learning difficulties and Asperger's syndrome. 2 days later, the police arrested 7 young people who had presented themselves as innocent bystanders. 26-year-old Nick Shelbourne, 20-year-old Mark Jackson, 16-year-olds Daryl Jones and Jordan O'Rourke, along with another 16-year-old boy, a 16-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl, were being questioned. By now they had turned on one another, blaming each other for the violence and lies that unfolded that night.
Daryl Jones hit him with a bottle.
Daryl's a bit of a nutter. He was just going crazy, he wouldn't stop.
The reason for Sean leaving his home and his connection to the 7 suspects had been a complete mystery. But then, the link emerged.
Examination of Sean Rossington's Facebook account revealed that he in fact had had some contact with a 13-year-old female through Facebook over a period of time, and they were in fact friends.
It also emerged that the 13-year-old he believed to be his friend and the 16-year-old girl had started texting him a few hours before he was murdered.
Sean Rossington was a very naive and young 21-year-old. He was very impressionable, and it appeared to the police investigation that the communications during that evening with the 13-year-old female were what encouraged him to go out in the early hours of that Wednesday morning.
The fact that Sean had left his home after dark to meet up with his friend was being used by the murder suspects as their justification for brutally killing the autistic 21-year-old.
All 7 of those arrested claimed that the reason Sean Rossington had left home that morning and gone to meet them was so that he could have sexual favours with a 13-year-old female, and they claimed this was their reason for attacking him and ultimately killing him.
There's no evidence in this investigation to suggest that Sean's relationship with the 13-year-old was inappropriate. From what we know and understand about Sean, he perceived his friendship with the 13-year-old as just that, a friendship, and therefore for these individuals to try and justify their behaviour in any other fashion is just abhorrent, really.
The claims that Sean had sexual desires towards the young teenager was a last-ditch attempt by the suspects to distract from the horrific crime they had committed.
Without a doubt, it was an excuse. I don't think they were sincere at all. I think they were found out, they were caught, they were cornered, they knew what they'd done. Throughout, they've been disingenuous, they've concocted this story, this smokescreen, and not for 1 minute do I think they were sincere.
Sean isn't a paedophile, and he never was. And, you know, there are strict reasons for doing what they did.
It was an excuse. There was a lot of excuses, and that was the main one, really. But after a while, it faded. It was shown to be a lie and an excuse.
It was not the only lie the gang told to cover their tracks. They claimed they had left the flat to try and buy pizza around midnight on the evening of Sean's murder. The reality seemed to be that the 7 initially arranged to meet Sean in a different location where they feared they had been caught on CCTV and needed to explain why they were there. The police believed the reason this location was chosen was because of a cash machine where the 7 could force Sean to withdraw money for them. Sean's condition meant that he was often naive and unable to judge intent, and so when pressured that evening, he went out to see his friend.
We would argue her friendship with Sean was used as a lure to get him out so they could at the very least get cash from him.
Yeah, meet you then. Bye.
The gang believed that Sean was wealthy, but the reality was he was given a cash allowance of £10 each day by his father. If the 7 were expecting money from Sean that night, they would have been seriously disappointed, even angry. All 7 were charged with his murder, including the 13-year-old girl who cannot be identified for legal reasons. She was the youngest female to face such a charge since Mary Bell in 1968.
The case came to trial on the 3rd of October 2010, 4 months after the murder had occurred.
All 7 pleaded not guilty to the murder of Sean Rossington.
Even right to the bitter end, nobody took responsibility for what they'd done in that trial. Nobody was prepared to accept, the brutal horror of what they'd done to Sean.
At the trial in autumn 2010, the prosecution presented the sequence of events police believe happened that night. After talking on Facebook and texting into the early hours of the 3rd of June 2010, Sean Rossington went out to meet the 13-year-old girl. Sean got lost en route and changed the meeting location. Upon arrival at the field, Sean was ambushed. Jordan O'Rourke struck him with a bottle and he was punched, kicked and stamped on, sustaining over 40 injuries in a vicious and ultimately murderous assault. Daryl Jones placed Sean's shoes in the road to make it look like a hit and run. After the attack, the gang bleached their shoes and dumped their clothes, as well as concocting a cover story. At 7 minutes past 4 in the morning, 4 of the gang returned to the scene and dialed 999.
Yeah, hello, ambulance, please.
On the 17th of December 2010, the verdicts were returned. The 16-year-old boy was found not guilty. The 13-year-old girl was found guilty of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and sentenced to a 2-year youth rehabilitation order. The 16-year-old girl was found guilty of manslaughter and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and was sentenced to 5 years in a young offender institute. Nicholas Shelbourne was found guilty of murder and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and sentenced to life imprisonment to serve a minimum of 13 years. Mark Jackson was also found guilty on both counts and given the same sentence. Daryl Jones was found guilty too and sentenced to a minimum term of 13 years. And Jordan O'Rourke was also found guilty of the murder of Sean Rossington and conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and sentenced to a minimum term of 11 years.
People of that age to be involved in a plan of that nature startles me. But moreover was the plan, the concocted plan, the story, their ability to portray themselves as sincere witnesses when in fact they knew all along, how involved they'd been. For me, I mean, that just smacks of utter contempt really for everything that Sean was.
The memory of Sean Rossington, the gentle giant, will forever be held in his family's hearts.
Often when we go and put flowers and tidy the headstone at the cemetery, you still can't believe, when it comes to be his birthday and Christmas and family celebrations, he's not there with us in person, and it's just hard to accept. We miss him so much. Just a huge void in our life now.
Every day, I'll think about him. There can always be something that reminds me of him, but now it doesn't upset me, it just makes me smile, which is the way I want, and that's what I want to do when I think of my brother.